Ladies and gentlemen, the meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the meeting will begin in 5 minutes. Please take this opportunity to silence your electronic devices.
Good morning. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2021 Inter-Service Industry Training, Simulation, and Education Conference, also known as Itsec, is now called to order. I'm Jennifer Arnold with NVIDIA, and for this past year, it has been my privilege to be your conference chair. General Berger, Admiral Gilday, General Carlisle, Admiral Robb, Mr. Petty, both active and retired general and flag officers, esteemed members of Congress, distinguished guests, representatives of allied nations, exhibitors, and conference attendees from government, industry, and academia. On behalf of this year's Sea Services, the United States Navy, and the United States Marine Corps, and the entire conference committee, I welcome you to the 55th anniversary of the world's largest modeling, training, simulation, and education event, Itsec 2021. Joining me on, yes, thank you. Thank you. Joining me on stage are our Sea Service executives, Captain Dan Cavelli and Colonel Lou Lara. Captain Cavelli, United States Navy, is the commanding officer, Naval Air Warfare Center Training Systems Division, NOC-TSD, and Naval Support Activity, NSA Orlando. Captain Cavelli served as the executive officer for NOC-TSD prior to assuming command in July 2021. A Marine Aviation Weapons and Tactics Squadron 1 graduate, Captain Cavelli has flown 119 combat missions and logged over 2,800 flight hours in 19 different aircraft. Also joining me is Colonel Lou Lara, United States Marine Corps, the Marine Corps Systems Command's Program Manager for Training Systems, also known as PM TRACIS, since 2018. Colonel Lara enlisted into the Marine Corps in 1992 and attained a BS in Aviation Maintenance Management from Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University in 1993. He commissioned in 1995 and subsequently became a logistics officer and a contracting officer. He transitioned into the Ground Acquisition Officer Corps in 2007. Colonel Lara, if you would present the colors.
Color Guard, march on the colors.
Let's continue our journey with United States Navy Captain, retired Bill Roto-Rooter, and his beautiful rendition of our national anthem, followed by Ms. Maria Buford, United States Marine Corps Program Manager, Training Systems, who will offer an invocation.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Dear gracious Heavenly Father, first I would like to thank you for allowing us to see this brand new day, a day that when all is said and done, we will not see it again. We've been blessed to gather for another in-person experience, and this is a privilege that is not so easily taken for granted. Thank you for all who have traveled from around the city, from around the country, and from around the world to assemble here today. I'm asking for your blessing and protection over this entire inter-service industry training and education conference. Please bless our partners of the military, industry, and academia. I also ask your blessing on the members of Congress who have already graced us with their presence. Please provide renewed strength and energy to each and every individual who has worked tirelessly in order to ensure this 2021 symposium will be one of the most successful thus far. We've had numerous obstacles to overcome, but we have surpassed them all and persevered through the pandemic. Therefore, I'm asking that you provide continued traveling grace, mercy, and protection to those individuals who are still making plans or are on their way to Orlando, Florida. Protect those in the air, those on sea, and those on dry land. I thank you for everyone who is attending this symposium, those who have made numerous visits in the past, as well as those who are brand new to what Itsec has to offer. Thank you that we are in the presence of the senior official of the Navy and the Marine Corps. This day in the life of Itsec that will soon not be forgotten. I thank you for all of the former conference chairs, program chairs, for it is because of them that we have such a vast legacy of wisdom, knowledge, that the current chairs and program chairs can draw from. Thank you for all of the members and the employees of the National Training and Simulation Association, as well as the National Defense Industrial Association, who have had the determination to keep pressing forward, even when challenges seemed unsurmountable. Please bless those who are in places of leadership and influence in these two organizations. They continue to provide insight and direction in their areas and every level. As we proceed forth in this symposium, continue to steady us, strengthen us, protect us. Bless each and every moderator, writer, contributor, collaborator, supporter, and speaker who will share the insight they have gained in their respective areas of expertise. Thank you again for all things, great and small. Amen, amen, and amen.
Thank you both to Maria and Rodo. That was absolutely a beautiful beginning. Please take your seats. We still have a number of individuals coming in, so Debbie has asked me to take just a couple of minutes. So if you'll be patient with us. For those in the back, please come on in. There are seats up front. There is plenty of space to sit. So bear with us. We'll just pause for a couple of minutes. Thank you. Thank you all so much for your patience. We greatly appreciate it. For those that are standing, there are more chairs up front, so please feel free to take your seats. Thank you. And once again, thank you to Maria and Rodo. That was a beautiful beginning this morning. This year's conference theme, Innovating and Accelerating Training, Adapting to an Unexpected Future, was not developed due to the global pandemic. It is a theme designed to challenge the modeling and simulation community, our community, as we prepare to meet the challenges and opportunities that comprise our future. You will see throughout your many experiences this upcoming week that this theme runs through the year's program to provoke your thought, your engagement, your collaboration, and even in some instances, your entertainment. You may have heard in the past years, but I strongly believe, and I hope you do too, that this year's Itsec theme is also truly connected to the challenges we face outside of our professional community. The theme provides a focus for our community to not only continue advancing the state of training with new methods and technologies, but to also build robust solutions to handle the unexpected events and challenges the future holds. What will these challenges look like? Although we can predict the shape the future will take, we never really know. And if this past year has taught us anything, it is that enormous resources can be brought to bear on world-changing problems. We not only have to be ready for an unexpected future, we need to thrive in it. As we all know, from great challenges comes great opportunity. I have been a part of the Itsec family, and I use that word specifically, for more than 15 years. I am proud to watch our community turn on a dime to leverage creativity, innovation, tools, and capabilities to not only train, but to operationalize our day-to-day activities in support of the communities we serve. This has traditionally included servicemen and servicewomen, but we are now expanding to include first responders and frontline workers, including our medical professionals and our teachers. As we move forward, we are also broadening the application of the technologies and techniques that you all create in support of our non-DoD brethren in medicine, cyber readiness, energy, and transportation. As I noted earlier, from great challenges comes great opportunities. And this year's conference is a great leap in that direction. Itsec 2021 features over 35 special events, 122 paper presentations, 23 tutorials, 10 professional workshops, and over 200 exhibitors to inform and guide the latest learning and simulation trends, practices, and technologies. I would be remiss to not extend my heartfelt congratulations to two of my dearest friends, Dr. Bob Kleinhampel and Mr. Matt Spruill, for pivoting on a dime last year and leveraging our technologies to deliver the world's best virtual Itsec in 2020. Please join me in congratulating them. Thank you. I, for one, am thrilled to be back in person with our Itsec family. And today, you will hear from many of our leaders thought-provoking insights, needs, challenges, what is working, what is not working, and how they are addressing their future known and anticipated challenges. The innovations and technologies you will see and experience this week address real-world, current, and future issues, and I challenge you to participate. Meet the thought leaders, be a part of these events and discussions, because we all know that Itsec is the largest event for training, simulation, and education. But did you know that there is a monumental effort behind this that coordinated to make it seamless and elegant? This begins with the leadership of NTSA, Admiral Rob and Miss Debbie Langelier, but also requires the support of over 250 volunteers from the military, government, industry, and academia to make this event happen each year. And I personally am humbled by the dedication of our team, who consistently bring their passion and creativity to shape and frame the outstanding content for our 2021 conference program. As this year's conference chair, it is my pleasure to collaborate with the 2021 Sea Services, the United States Navy, and the United States Marine Corps, and my phenomenal program chair, Dr. Elliot Weiner, to innovate, develop, and now deliver Itsec 2021 to you. The big question is, how do we innovate today to realize and harness the power of technological advances and human understanding to create a great future? You will see technologies this week that will help us create this future together. You will see extended realities, such as AR, VR, XR. Enterprises are integrating these capabilities into their workflows to drive design reviews, virtual production, and so much more. Artificial intelligence. It is powering change in every industry across the globe, including ours. And as our missions are increasingly data-driven, the demand for AI technology will continue to grow. Visualization, robotics, autonomous vehicles, and digital technologies are just a few of the incredible capabilities that you will see and be able to experience hands-on. Our community is embracing these traditionally commercial technologies for multiple purposes and realizing serious benefits as they apply these digital technologies and immersive technologies in training systems, learning environments, and human-machine aids. As we answer the call to accelerate change and do it within challenging budgets, listen for new information and strategies, not only for developing solutions using lean, agile, and collaborative processes, but also by leveraging creative acquisition methods, like OTAs, to get these solutions into our intended audiences faster, and in some cases by months and years, than the traditional acquisition that most of us grew up with. Of course, accelerated change demands innovation. Some would say, embrace innovation and adaptation or perish. You will learn how organizations are embracing innovative strategies and gaining access to innovators to create the solutions, the tools, and processes we need to shape our promised future. We will discuss establishing innovative cultures and putting the means in place to succeed within the frameworks and challenges we face in our day-to-day operations. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I challenge you to be the catalyst. Accelerate change and innovation to deliver today and plan for this unexpected future. Take the insights, methods, processes, and tools and use them to build relationships and drive vision. Use this conference as a springboard to deliver incredible solutions. One of our most important missions is to invest in our future leaders. So be sure to engage with our teachers, our students, and our scholarship awardees in our STEM programs from America's Teachers, our Career Expo, and the student virtual tours. We also have the Admiral Fred Lewis and Leonard P. Golleben postgraduate scholarships and our Barbara McDaniels undergraduate scholarships. NTSA will be awarding $150,000 in scholarships this year, and all of our scholarship winners will be announced at our awards reception Thursday. Another very prestigious award is the Itsec Fellow Award, and I'd like to extend a warm congratulations to my friend, Fred Hartman, who is our Itsec 2021 Fellow. And last but not least, there is still time to register and run with us Wednesday morning at 6 a.m. before your day gets started at the Itsec 5K, where proceeds will go to Tunnel to Towers and our STEM initiatives. So please think strongly about joining it. It's a wonderful time. I realize it's early in the morning and sometimes it's very cold, but it's a great experience. It is now my privilege to recognize a few of the distinguished guests who helped make this conference the premier training, simulation, education conference in the world. Please note that the senior officers for this afternoon's panel will be introduced during that event. Our governing keynote speakers, General David H. Berger, Commandant of the United States Marine Corps. Admiral Michael M. Gilday, United States Navy, Chief of Naval Operations. Our industry keynote speaker, Mr. Bob Petty, Vice President and General Manager, Professional Visualization at NVIDIA. General Hawk Carlisle, United States Air Force retired, President and Chief Executive Officer of the National Defense Industrial Association. Excuse me. Admiral James Robb, United States Navy retired, President of the National Training and Simulation Association. Our Sea Service executives, Captain Dan Cavelli, Commanding Officer, United States Navy, Naval Air Warfare Center Training Systems Division, and the Navy Principal, Miss Diana Teal. Colonel Lou Lara, United States Marine Corps, Program Manager for Training Systems, Marine Corps Systems Command, and the Marine Corps Principal, Miss Annette Pike. Miss Karen Saunders, Senior Executive Service, United States Army, Program Executive Officer, Simulation Training and Instrumentation, and the Army Principal, Mr. Jesse Campos. Colonel John Curian, United States Air Force, Chief Simulators Program Office, Air Force Material Command, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, Ohio, and the Air Force Principal, Ms. Tracy Titcomb. Mr. Greg Knapp, Chief Strategy and Training, Office of the Deputy Assistant, Secretary of Defense for Force Education and Training, and the OSD Principal, Dr. Shep Barge. Let's give them all a round of applause. It has been my sincere honor to serve as your conference chair this year. Thank you, Admiral Robb, for entrusting me to lead the way. The Itsec community share passion and commitment to advancing leading ideas, and it's incredibly an amazing, professionally rewarding opportunity. And if anyone here is not already a part of the extended Itsec family, please reach out to me this week. I can assure you it is an amazing experience. I would also be remiss if I did not say thank you to so many of you that are in this room that I have collaborated with over the many years to develop solutions that have aided our warfighters. I have a lifetime of memories, and I look forward to creating many, many more to prepare this community, our families, and the world for an unexpected future. Thank you so much for your time this morning. I'm going to turn the stage over now to Captain Cavelli and Colonel Lara. Gentlemen. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, Itsec 2021. I would like to start off with a word of thanks. Thank you, Jennifer, for that great introduction, and thank you to each and every one of you for joining us here today for the return to Itsec, live and in person. And I'm really excited to be here, and it is just so great to see everybody out in the audience. I'd like to thank the Color Guard. We can always count on the Navy and Marine Corps team to impress. And that national anthem, Roto, amazing as always. I'm just so glad that singing is not a requirement to be a skipper at NOC TSD, because I could not carry a tune if it had handles. I'd like to thank NTSA and everyone involved in pulling this amazing event together. I know a lot of effort goes into pulling off the premier event for modeling, simulation, training, and human performance, an event that has and will continue to help all of us in the DoD improve our warfighting capability. And speaking of those who put in long hours to make this event happen, for 10 years, our Navy principal, Diana Teal, ensured the Navy always put our best foot forward for this conference. So on this, your final year in this role, I'd like to say thank you, Diana. Bravo, Zulu. There are so many people here today that deserve recognition. But for efficiency of time, I will not attempt to acknowledge all of the distinguished visitors in the audience by name, but please know, we truly appreciate your participation today. Thank you all for coming. And for those visiting Itsec for the first time, I'm sure you'll feel a sense of excitement and wonder when you first set foot on the showroom floor, just as I did. And for those who have been here before, I'm sure you'll agree, the essential essence of Itsec is thriving. Just as we have been doing since the Naval Device Training Center relocated from Orlando, or to Orlando from New York in 1965 and hosted an industry outreach event that we called the Naval Training Device Center Industry Conference that evolved into the event that we now call Itsec. And before I introduce the service keynote, I want to say a few words about this year's theme, innovating and accelerating training, adapting for an unexpected future. This year's theme was partially influenced by the pandemic because there's one thing we learned: nothing about our future is certain, and we must be prepared. Our training must be innovative. It must allow the warfighter to adapt for whatever adversary they may face. And the threats we are facing are changing at an ever-increasing rate. And we must be ready. We have to be able to develop training quickly so that we can adapt to that unexpected future. And the speed at which we can develop training and prepare the warfighter to stand ready will be paramount, and we have to remember that. Now, the Navy and Marine Corps team have a long history of Itsec firsts, and this year we have a big one. For the first time, we have not one, but 2 service chiefs joining us. I'm sure you'll agree the presence of both the Chief of Naval Operations and the Commandant of the Marine Corps shows just how important having a well-trained military is to our nation. It's going to be my pleasure to introduce the Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Mike Gilday. Admiral Gilday is the 32nd Chief of Naval Operations. He assumed the role on August 22nd, 2019. He is truly a lifelong sailor. He was born into a Navy family, and his father was a sailor. He deployed on 2 Ticonderoga and 1 Kidd-class destroyer, commanded 2 DDGs, 1 destroyer squadron, and was the commander of Carrier Strike Group 8 on board the Dwight D. Eisenhower. He's been the commander of U.S. Cyber Command, U.S. 10th Fleet. He served in the Bureau of Naval Personnel and has been on the staffs of both the CNO and the VCNO. His joint portfolio is extensive. He was the executive assistant to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and naval aide to the president, director of operations J3, was the J3 at U.S. Cyber Command and the director of the Joint Staff. He was also director of ops for NATO's Joint Force Command in Lisbon and the chief of staff for naval striking and support forces in NATO. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Gilday, will join the Commandant on stage after we hear from my good friend, Colonel Lara, Program Manager, PM Traces. Thank you, and I'll see you on the floor.
Thanks, Captain Covelli, for the introduction. I'm honored to serve alongside of you as the Marine Corps co-lead for this year's conference. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's truly a privilege to attend the 55th Itsec in person. Admiral Rob and team, NTSA, you have done an outstanding job once again. 55 years of innovation and delivering the most capable training systems to our warfighters. This year's theme, Innovating and Accelerating Training, Adapting to an Unexpected Future, could not be more fitting given our current environment. Over the past 20 months, adaptability has been vital as we've continually made advances within the modeling and simulation and training community, while simultaneously incorporating new protocols to deal with the global pandemic. That's one of the things that makes today's return to this spectacular event even more special. It marks some level of familiarity from a pre-COVID world. As I've had the opportunity to walk through the convention center, I can't help but to be amazed by the many exhibits and the cutting-edge technologies being demonstrated. I would like to thank everyone involved in making this extraordinary event happen. I assure you that your work definitely speaks for itself. As Captain Covelli alluded to earlier, this is the first time we will have the honor of having 2 service chiefs joining us, and I have the distinct honor of introducing our Commandant of the Marine Corps, General David Berger. He assumed the duties of Commandant of the Marine Corps on July 11th, 2019. He is a native of Woodbine, Maryland. General Berger graduated from Tulane University and was commissioned in 1981. He has commanded at every level, including a reconnaissance company, 3rd Battalion, 8th Marine Regiment in Haiti during Operation Secure Tomorrow, Regimental Combat Team 8 in Fallujah, Iraq during Operation Iraqi Freedom. As a general officer, he's commanded 1st Marine Division in Afghanistan during Operation Enduring Freedom, 1st Marine Expeditionary Force, U.S. Marine Corps Forces Pacific, Fleet Marine Forces Pacific, and the Marine Corps Combat Development Command. Without further delay, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the service chiefs for the Naval Services, the 38th Commandant of the Marine Corps, General David H. Berger, and the 32nd Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Michael Gilday. Moderating today's event is the President of the National Training and Simulation Association, Rear Admiral James Robb, United States Navy retired.
Well done, thank you. You'll be on the end and you're in the middle. I'm in the middle. Yes, sir. All right, a little mic check. Mic check, good. Technical things are always important, you know, being able to hear. So thank you for being here, the two of you. I think you'll get a sense that this is somewhat of an unusually perfect opportunity for us to have two service chiefs. And that's, again, we've talked a little bit before about the training community sort of feeling left out on occasion, but to have you all show up and participate in this and support it, it brings a lot of energy to the crowd, and it helps reinforce the importance of training, as you know, within the services. This crowd, this is about 1,800 of the 17 or 18,000 that will show up hopefully this week. A lot of them are very passionate about supporting the warfighter. So I think you're in a friendly atmosphere here with regard to having a crowd that's not only probably been in the military, supported the military, but they're all dedicated to supporting the warfighters. So they're the unsung heroes in many cases of a lot of training systems. What I'd like to do also is to set up the situation here today. What we're going to do is have a fireside chat. It's a discussion. The questions or the topics that we'll talk about today were really screened from the community itself. So this isn't my situation. These, in many cases, are questions and things that came to us as interest items from before. Because it's, trying to do Q&A is sometimes difficult, as you know. I did study your Sea Airspace presentation, which I thought was wonderful, and I recommend it to people who want to go on the Navy League website. You can see that. It's a very high-level, great discussion about strategy, and there's a wealth of information there I recommend to folks. This is the training simulation systems group here, predominantly industry and academia, as well as government. And so what we're going to try to do is maybe start at the high level and then sort of talk about training because that's the primary interest of the crowd. So I hope I open up now for your opening comments, if you would like to address the crowd, CNO.
Sure. Thanks, Jim. It's really a pleasure to be here, particularly to share the stage with the Commandant of the Marine Corps. Our services do so much together. We do everything together, as a matter of fact. And so to get the chance to talk to this audience about training, about where we are and where we think we need to head is an important opportunity, I think, for both of us. I'd like to join the chorus in thanking the City of Orlando, the Convention Center, and the hundreds of invisible hands that have been working hard to set the stage for this event and to carry it through over the next few days. And also to thank Admiral Robb for his personal invite to be up here, to be down here in Orlando today. I wanted to set the table by talking about a few things very briefly. And the first, I think it's important to talk about from a naval perspective how the Navy and Marine Corps operates and potentially fights during crisis and into conflict. And it's as a distributed force, as an integrated distributed force. And so that is coming at an adversary through many vectors and across multiple domains simultaneously. We've been working on concepts that enhance that distributed maritime operations for a number of years now. And that would include the Marine Corps' advanced basing operations concept, as well as their as well as their concept of operating in contested environments. And so what capabilities like live virtual construct, which many of you are working on, live virtual constructive training has allowed us to do at scale, is to test ourselves, to mature our warfighting concepts, to hone our skills, to sharpen those skills, to learn from them, and that also informs not only what we're going to fight with, but also how we're going to train and what we're going to train with. And I just make a few comments about insights we've gained over the past year or so from a number of fleet battle problems where every deploying carrier strike group and amphibious ready group tests a aspect of those warfighting concepts, and we learn from those. We upped the ante this year in doing a large-scale exercise that essentially was global in nature, using large live virtual constructive training capabilities. We trained across 5 fleets globally, 30,000 sailors and Marines. That included live firing events as well. It was pretty impressive. And from that, we also did an integrated battle problem that included a high degree of manned and unmanned teaming. But we learned from that a few things. One is that as we develop these capabilities, there needs to be a continuous feedback loop, almost like a development operations kind of concept, where as you're developing the capability, you're getting that real-time feedback from operators. That's something we haven't perfected yet, but it's something that obviously we need to overcome and get better at in order to make this training more relevant. To that point on relevancy, the other things I think that we learned that I'd ask you to think about, we need the training capabilities that we're going to invest in to be realistic and relevant. So to that end, they need to be based on physics-based performance aspects of not only our forces, but of potential adversaries. They need to be reliable, obviously. And then an important piece of this, they need to have a recording capability. And then lastly, I think looking over the horizon, I think there are human performance aspects of this that can get tied into training much more deeply at an individual level, so that I'm sure many times during this conference, people are going to use the buzzword, the bumper sticker reps and sets. But that reps and sets kind of bumper sticker is all about maintaining currency. What we're really after is warfighting proficiency, which reps and sets is an element of that. But understanding not only down to the individual level, not only what we're good at, but what we're deficient at. And then to focus on those deficiencies in a way to raise the bar for individuals, and then collectively across a team, whether that's a fighter squadron, or whether it's a ship or a submarine or a marine element. And so with those comments, Admiral, I'll turn it over to the Commandant.
All right, Commandant.
As one who's not been here before, let me move this down a little bit, to this conference, I'm new to this, so fascinated by reading beforehand the scope of it. I had no idea. So for me, I came here to learn as much as anything else. I'm also grateful that this isn't virtual, because you can do a lot of things virtually. Glad they did it last year virtually. It's not the same. You're not going to get as much out of it. Colonel Lahr, who introduced me, I don't know where he is right now, but thanks very much. I saw him in the bar last night. I saw him in the gym this morning. In both cases, I'm pretty much convinced you don't want to keep up with that guy in either place. No, not really. I won't, the CNO and I speak at a fair amount of events, only a handful together. Not by design, it's just two different services. But when we are together, we learn from each other, so I'm really grateful we have a chance to listen to each other this morning. I'll just offer maybe 2 things, and then I think in the benefit of the Q&A is really what we're here for. One is the urgency that Admiral Gilday and I feel we have to move at this speed. We cannot be comfortable going at a comfortable, deliberate pace anymore. I think we could in the past. We cannot do that going forward. We're driven by a pacing threat that's driving us, which we haven't had before. So the speed, the urgency to move and move quickly. And the second thing I'll highlight, which I think you brought up this morning, we have, I think, maybe unintentionally put training third or fourth in a list of in a sequence or a priority. We go after a capability, we figure out how we're going to structure the force, we buy platforms, and then we turn to the training guy and say, we need a way to train on that. That's not going to work going forward either, I don't think. I think training has to get to the front of the line, where before we're chasing that, before we're looking at a platform, we have to imagine, can we sustain it and can we train on it? If we can't, then we need to move on to the next option on the table. Just the third point, I said two, but maybe a third point. I think customarily, traditionally, I grew up thinking of training and simulation as a way to train, as Admiral Gilday said, to a certain level on a platform, on a weapon system. And I think that was good enough because we were our own competition. But when you're driven by an adversary who has pretty similar capabilities, bigger force perhaps than you do, then the determining factor is not how good you are on a platform, it's how you can think. So what I'm trying to learn out of this week is how are we going to be able to train our leaders to think? The reps and sets on a platform, on a weapon system are necessary. Beyond that, I think the deciding factor is going to be, can we outthink the adversary? So we need to focus on training and simulation, force on force, like CNO said, that drives our leaders to think.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I congratulate you both on the tri-service strategy. I think that with the Coast Guard, you all coming together, that's a very important document. I've also read the NAV plan, which is sort of the action plan behind that. I wanted to get your thoughts on how we could develop a training strategy that flows from that. CNO, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so in terms of the tri-service strategy, what we try to do is put a focus on integrated maritime operations or integrated maritime force across the three services, not only in the here and now in terms of operations, but also in terms of what we invest in and certainly how we train. I think if I could touch on a point that the Commandant made a few minutes ago, the people aspect of this is really important. And when I was mentioning to him this morning, a week ago, I was up at Fort Meade, Maryland, and one of the places I visited was the Marine Corps Cyber headquarters. And it struck me as I was being briefed on some very technical cyber operations that the team was involved in planning and executing. Behind the team on the wall was a quote from Colonel John Boyd of OODA Loop and energy maneuverability theory fame, who once said, people, ideas, and things in that order. And I think that's an important point for us to remember, particularly as the Commandant and I were talking about how good it is to be out of the Pentagon this morning. But in the Pentagon, you really are cited on shiny objects a lot. We run big budgets and big programs, and it's easy, I think, to the point you're making, sir, to take your eye off the training, the training piece. I think we've both made training and readiness an absolute priority. In fact, for me, it's been my first priority since I've been in the job. And so we are actually funding new platforms as number 3 in a prioritization scheme that includes readiness and training, modernization, and then capacity at an affordable level. I think that the tri-service strategy, but more than the tri-service strategy, I think that the way that we're going to operate in the future, as I mentioned earlier, is going to drive a training continuum that's centered around the Fleet Marine Corps and the Navy Fleet as a team. And I don't want to go on too much longer, except to say that as I go to 7th Fleet in Yokosuka, Japan, I'm not meeting with just the 7th Fleet commander, I'm meeting with the commander of 3 MEF. Their operating concepts are signed by both of those 3-star generals. It's the same thing with 3rd Fleet and 1 MEF on the west coast of the United States. And so true integration that's going to drive how we operate and how we must train.
Commandant?
The strategy that the three of us drafted, I think when we talked beforehand, before we put pen to paper, we assumed that we're going to need an asymmetric approach. In other words, you're not going to outmuscle, outsize this pacing threat, so you have to have an asymmetric advantage. And the asymmetric advantage that we have is our ability to operate as a team, because we have decades of doing that. Okay, so how do we take that to the next level? The way to do that, obviously, is to train together. But the impediments against that are, I think, what this forum has focused on for the last few years is each one of us has proprietary training systems. Now we know we need to operate, train together, but they're proprietary. How do we fuse, how do we link them together so that the Marines and the Navy elements and the Coast Guard elements, who each have purchase their own proprietary systems, how do we link them together? Because if you're going to train as a joint force, you can't have 15 systems out there that aren't linked together. So we're driven by a need to link those systems together and then go farther. And the farther is, okay, that's great for the U.S. Marine Corps and Navy and Coast Guard to operate together. How are you going to bring in allies and partners? How are we going to bring in the Japanese self-defense force, the Australian Navy, into that kind of collaborative synthetic environment that the CNOs, how do you do that? The large-scale exercise he spoke of, that was us. We have to get to a part where we're incorporating allies and partners in the same LVE environment. How do you do that? Well, those are things we need help with.
Well, we're here to help. So I think. I'm interested, and I've always asked, especially flag officers, because I worked in the Pentagon, as I said, who really is in charge on the OpNet staff for training? And I never have been able to. I get a lot of sort of question marks. Mm-hmm. Is there something we can do organizationally to sort of refocus this? Just your thoughts.
So organizationally, we did stand up the N7 under a 3-star officer, and one of his primary responsibility is training, but also education as well. And so we take a look at not only fleet battle problems and large-scale exercises, but also the war gaming that we're doing, the analytical framework that supports all of that in terms of going back and learning from what we did. And so we actually have an analytic framework that drives most of that. And I don't mean to say that we're a slave to the analytics, but we're definitely leveraging the data that we're getting from these exercises to improve our understanding of where we're deficient, where we're doing well, what we should probably invest more in, what we probably ought to look at sundowning and reinvest that money somewhere else. So the short answer is the N7 is the belly button.
Okay. General Berger, do you feel like Marine Corps is organized to balance training and shiny objects?
We do now. Training and education in the Marine Corps up until last year was subordinate to Combat Development Commander. And that, I think, worked okay for us for 30 years, worked fine for us. And underneath them was a training commander, a 1-star training commander. And that all seemed to nest well. What it didn't do is give it the prioritization that it needed. So last year, training and education commander now is a 3-star commander. Training commander is a 2-star major general. Their resourcing is equivalent to manpower, is equivalent to combat development. We had to bring them up on the same plateau to make, if you're going to put the resources behind it, your structure has to reflect that. So that's the adjustment we made last year.
Great, and I'll continue to track that. This is a lifelong learning session for me as well. I know you both are, believe people are number one and that. And I've heard in some of your discussions sort of the idea that we need to train Marines and sailors to think and to act and to not be necessarily bound by a chain of command. How are you manifesting those kind of ideas within the training system?
I think it's broader than the training system. I think the training system's part of it, And I think that we need that feedback from the tactical edge, from individual operators to give us a better sense on how to mature our warfighting concepts. Otherwise, we're just drinking our own bathwater, right? But I think it really is a culture of empowering people to fearlessly communicate up the chain of command. And it doesn't mean they should go off half-cocked. They need to recognize the chain of command, but they should speak fearlessly up the chain of command. We need that feedback, particularly now, as the Commandant said, at a time and a decade when we're really trying to get after things with a sense of urgency, given the pacing threat that we're facing. I think there were good news stories out there. I would point to COVID. There are silver linings during this pandemic. I think part of that we saw in our services is the individual responsibility that sailors and Marines at a very junior level took to follow protocols, to ROM before they deployed. Because if they didn't do that right, there's no way we would have had COVID-free ships, squadrons, and submarines. And we have been deploying during the pandemic at a rate that is at or exceeds our historical norms. Navy and Marine Corps has been continuing to go. It's not because of us. It's really because of that individual responsibility. And I think we're both very proud of that. And those are the types of signature behaviors, the types of attributes that we should celebrate. Too often focus on the negative and trying to go after destructive behaviors. And not that we shouldn't. We need to. But when we see good stuff like that happen, and I think that's a really good sign of the force that we have out there serving the country.
Thank you. Commandant?
Probably I'll just two challenges come to mind. One on the modeling and simulation front. We envision our adversary thinking and operating and fighting like we would, which is a big mistake. We need, in other words, modeling and simulation that helps baked in how we think the adversary is going to fight, how they're going to operate, which is not necessarily how we will. So we need help in creating the software, the simulation that doesn't replicate us, replicates the adversary, whether it's Russia or Iran or the PRC, the PLAN, they are all going to operate differently, so we need the fidelity there that allows our practitioners to see, okay, they're not thinking like we are. The second part, I think, a second challenge is how, I think to get to the point you're at, where you're talking, how do you drive the leaders to think? It's force on force against a thinking adversary. But the thinking adversary, of course, is not playing like you're going to play with your rules and your capabilities like they are. But how do we, in a live, virtual, constructive environment, go force on force, true force on force, where I have no idea what you're going to do this afternoon? We do that now. We have done that historically by you playing red, but your 30 years of background is you can't separate yourself from how you were trained and how you were brought up. We need help creating a force-on-force construct that allows us to train against each other, free thinking, but replicating the adversary when we want to plug into the model. We don't have that yet. We need it.
Great. Yep. That's a great point. So a lot of what we're seeing in terms of transformation of education and training within the services is an idea of trying to train to the individual rather than a block of people, and accelerating training for those that can be accelerated, and then remediating, allowing others to take the time that they need to get through. How do you think we're doing on that in terms of putting that into the process of training a session? Commandant?
We're moving too slow. And I'm being self-critical. We're moving too slow. But we are moving. I think here's where we're learning from academia, as you're kind of hinting towards, where it's not maybe truly self-paced, but it's a lot more self-paced than it is, here's the curriculum, everybody shows up on the same day and everybody graduates on the same day. That's terribly inefficient. We're moving away from that, but not fast enough. I think we're probably farther ahead in aviation than anywhere else, where all three of us could start flight school next Tuesday, but we might not all graduate at the same time. We need to do that more and more and more, where those Marine sailors who can learn at a different, faster rate, the system will allow them to go at speed, not the slowest common denominator, because the curriculum says.
Right.
Yeah, I just add that to that point, where technology helps is understanding where those deficiencies are, so that by the time you put a pilot in a cockpit, right, he can focus on those areas of deficiency and get much more bang for the buck out of that training sortie. And so he's in the sim as an individual, understanding and, if you will, having a baseball card on himself that self-grades him, so that, you know, we're not embarrassed at what those grades are. It's areas that we have to work at to be a better teammate. And then collectively looking how a team would operate. A baseball card maybe on that foreship, let's say, or on a squadron of ships. I think the technology exists to be able to do that, and I think that you begin to take a much deeper look at human performance factors. Right, we're doing that now virtually with EOD sailors, ordnance demolition sailors that are deployed. Where we're putting them in a virtual environment to take a look at their vitals, to basically do a mental health check on them and a physical check on them, to do that continuously. And I'm wondering, I talked earlier about, over the horizon, potentially we can look at taking those human factors. How does that affect training? How does that affect this operator's well-being? Is he or she at their peak to send them out there on a mission? It gives us a better understanding, again, of where you really stand with respect to readiness.
Just one other thing, since you brought it up. We also don't incentivize anybody to learn faster or learn more.
Yeah.
In other words, let's say we all graduate from the same course in jet mechanic school in the same day, and you get a 92 in your final, whatever cumulative, and mine was a 91 or an 88. It doesn't matter. Or if we were allowed to train at different speeds and you graduated, let's say 3 weeks before I did, no incentive for you to do that. We as service, we got to incentivize that kind of learning, but we're not built for that right now. There's no incentive for you to learn faster or learn more right now.
Well, we're finding a translation or transition within, say, academia to learning sort of at the point of need.
Yeah.
And to go away from sort of the block training of everything you needed to know that you're going to forget, and try to use the technologies to find where you can find things rather than try to memorize everything. So we, at least in this community, feel like memorization is
gone.
Give that to the AI, and then let's move forward with providing an incentive for people to go learn what they need to learn kind of at the point where they need to have and use it. So I think there's tremendous potential there to take a lot of time that we spend doing things to train people, to allow them to forget it, to go to a different cycle, right?
If I could just make a comment on that. When Secretary Mattis was Secretary of Defense, he challenged the services, and the Navy in particular, to increase our mission capability rates of our Super Hornets. And for a decade, we were at 50%. And so without lathering it with much money, as you would expect, if somebody directed you to go from 50 to 80% readiness, you would expect a senior aviator to come in and say, I'm going to need a lot more money. We said, you're not going to get any more money. You need to figure out why our maintenance processes are circa 1985 instead of 2020. One of the things we learned from that, and we've been maintaining 80% readiness rates of the aircraft for the past 2 years, is we learned that we weren't paying enough attention to the proficiency of our maintainers. And instead of just taking a look at, okay, this sailor has been through these schools and they have these codes that identify them as, we fooled ourselves into proficiency, right? They really weren't, because they weren't current in, let's say, an engine change out. If somebody hadn't done an engine change out in 3 years, they shouldn't be running a shop that does engine changeouts. And so we began to come up with an index based on OJT, based on performance, based on currency and quality of work that we began assigning sailors, and we now have a maintenance index code that's assigned to a sailor that has driven our assignment and distribution process. We found it to be much more effective. We're trying to scale that to other communities, but it's an example, I think, sir, to your point about it can't just be one and done with respect to the training. There has to be follow-on to the Commandant's point as well in terms of tracking and staying with it.
So seeing, I'm going to shift a little bit to one of your projects that I know you're high on, and that's Project Overmatch. Can you give us just a little primer on that? I don't think a lot of people know what it is.
Sure. So the real problem statement was that we're ever more connected, but we're limited in bandwidth out at sea, right? And you have more bandwidth in this building than we have in an aircraft carrier by a long stretch. And so as we invest more in unmanned systems, particularly on the sea and in the air, we're not going to be able to command and control that number of things given the network framework that we have right now. So the problem statement began with that in terms of we need to design a better operational architecture. And so the Navy's effort, which I call Task Force Overmatch, I put a 2-star officer in charge of an effort to essentially deliver a software-defined communication as a service framework. So think of it this way. It is a software-defined network of networks where you can take any piece of data, containerize it, and move it across any network. We're at the end of our 3rd spiral in a year. It's going very well. We're moving with a sense of urgency and speed, but it's also, the key to this is be able to scale it beyond a carrier strike group, beyond an amphibious readiness group, to the Fleet Marine Force out there much more broadly. The Navy's effort, along with the Marine Corps as a partner, as a very close partner, will deliver the Joint Tactical Grid for the Joint Force that's actually part of JADC2, or Joint All-Domain Command and Control. In simple terms, if you're watching a video on your phone as you walk out of this building, your phone's automatically going to shift from some Wi-Fi network to a network provider out there, 4 or 5G. You're going to continue to watch the video, and you're not going to see any change. That's where we want to be with our network of networks.
So in the training business, we have a problem where we get this fairly high-end operational network of networks. And how do we go about simulating that in the training environment? Because often they are not allowed to be the same, on the same network. So do you think like NCTE and things like that are the solution, or is there a joint?
It has to be part of it. As the Commandant said up front, the stuff we buy, the stuff we develop, the stuff we're integrating operationally, it's got to all come together. Whether it's whether we're in a live firing exercise or an actual operation, or whether we're training, and I think it has to somehow come all together. And I don't think that technically that we won't be able to integrate the training into what we're developing with the naval operational architecture.
Otherwise, we'll end up.
There's no way it can be separate. It's unaffordable. It's inefficient. It's probably it's just another security issue for us as well.
Right.
Yeah.
So
But it does, I would just follow on, I would say, he and I have talked about this. It also, part of the value of a synthetic training environment is you can do things where you don't want the adversary to see.
Yeah.
So in the Project Overmatch and the larger JADC2 kind of environment, we have to bake in ways to train that are resilient, because we assume they're going to go after our networks and it'll be in a denied and degraded environment without being seen. How do you allow your force to train, fight back through all that without it being out in the open?
Yeah, that's a big deal, and I think if you can integrate it up front, which is, that's critical to us being able to provide the system support, the training system support behind it, which is integration is one of our biggest problems. So.
I mean, realistically, we're challenged in the physical environment to train with fifth-gen aircraft now, and certainly it's going to get more complex as we introduce the next generation of carrier wing over the next several years. And so we need to lean on live virtual more and more and more. We can't have combat be the first place where we're trying out TTPs and new weapons. The physical ranges just aren't big enough anymore. There's encroachment issues everywhere you look. It's just a fact of life. Even off the coast with wind farms, it's getting the training environment off the coast of some of our states are becoming more congested.
So if we just sort of pick up on the training range problems and LVC as a potential piece of the solution, General Berger, do you have range issues? I know, or how are you approaching those?
An example. When I was a captain, I was an instructor in Yuma, Arizona, which is where our advanced aviation training place is. And we had electronic emitters, really basic ones, and we had Smoky SAMs that simulated surface-to-air missiles. And that caused air crew to react, right? And they were great. They were great 30 years ago. Right now, I think we haven't moved far enough beyond that, where we're trying to figure out what else it is that we should put on the desert floor or wherever our training area is that simulates something like a threat would emit, when what we're actually looking for is something, an effect in a cockpit. Does that require a thing on the ground, is my point. Do we still have to, are we still driven in our same construct? Well, we have to put a machine down there that creates this signal that causes the pilot to do something, when really what we're after is a visual in a cockpit that causes the pilot to make a decision. Does that really require something on the ground? We are behind in modernizing our ground training systems, surface-to-air systems. We're behind. We know the threat. We're trying to figure out how do you replicate, how do you create the effect for whoever the training audience is that doesn't require 500 systems that need to be upgraded every 12 months. How do we do that? If in a software-driven world, there's a way, right? There is a way. The pilot doesn't need to see the thing on the ground. What he needs is the indicator in his cockpit.
If I could just add on to that, I think that part of the solution obviously is priorities and where we put our money. And as the Commandant said before, yeah, we need to train force on force, but we also need to come at an adversary in an asymmetric kind of fashion.
Yeah.
And I think that we're not gonna outspend the Chinese. We're not gonna, put more ships in the water than they're gonna put in the water. The bottom line is we can't have a force bigger than we can sustain, and a critical part of that sustainment has to be training. Readiness of the force that we have today, which for the Navy, 70% of the ships in the water today we're going to have 10 years from now. We have to take care of those ships and those sailors, and we have to modernize that equipment as well. So I think that those are key aspects in terms of priorities that we absolutely have to get right this decade. And we can't just chase the shiny object, and we can't just buy more hardware.
So I think that another key enabler to the human performance assessment and collection and feedback are data strategies, and how do you actually go about converting. I mean, there's a lot of data that came out of simulators when I was, and it kind of went on the floor somewhere. But we see tremendous value to being able to do this XAPI, to come out, give you an assessment, real time, and collect that data over the life of a sailor or a Marine in a profile that becomes much more granular than the current HR would. Do you have any thoughts on whether we're moving in that area? And
so I said up front, one of the 4 R's that I think we're looking for in live virtual constructor training is a recording capability. That's absolutely essential. The Commandant can speak of this more deeply, but we saw this at a war game. He and I were at the Naval War College 2 weeks ago. You need that kind of recording capability so we can go back and, for all the reasons that you know too well. In terms of data strategies, so we've got a lot of legacy systems, right? And I mentioned overmatch and trying to leverage those systems in a way that takes us to a new way of communicating, a new way of moving data. So our data strategies are both looking over our shoulder at the systems that we have and the data standards that exist right now. And as you would expect me to tell you, every one of those data standards for every one of those systems is independent. And then also looking forward to new acquisitions and how a data strategy ties all of that together in a much more holistic way that makes sense and it's integrated. I don't have the answer for you. I don't have the answer for you up front, except to say that we are working on it. I don't think that we're satisfied yet with, I can say we're not satisfied yet with where we are, but I also know that the solution isn't just the services or actually DOD. It's every one of you sitting out there that has a hand in this. It's academia as well. Probably an unsatisfactory answer, Admiral, but it is a challenge. It's going to be a team effort.
Right.
We're taking lessons learned, an approach that Special Operations Command uses for their baselining of an operator. It's thorough. It's more than a week long. In other words, once you're in that level of a unit, then the first step is not to go train. The first step is complete baselining of your human performance. And that begins to your point, the sort of encyclopedia. This is you, and that's tracked because there's a huge investment in your training, and they're going to monitor it. So the level of investment they put in baselining and in monitoring an operator's performance over time is, we can't afford to replicate that in the same fashion, but that's the right model. It strikes me that this morning, if you went down to the gym, like is at the other end of the hotel, right? And they were very proud to tell us yesterday there's like 2 Peloton bikes here. Really proud of that. And I thought when you were asking that question, you can get on that Peloton bike this morning here in Orlando, plug in your profile if you live in Illinois, and continue your training. And your whole training for the past 3 years on Peloton bikes is there. Why can't we do that for jet mechanics? Why can't we do that for any occupation? If Peloton can do it, and you can travel around the world and jump on a bike anywhere, and your whole profile, your whole history is there, and it's an incentive, a driver to do better, why can we not do that? It's not a high cost, right? But to your point, if you move from one unit to another, you're going to start all over again, and your staff NCO is going to say, well, I got to see what you can do. Well, why does he have to see what you can do, right? To your point, there's a way to capture that.
And I think at the OSD level, they've really caught on to this idea, and they're spending a lot of money trying to do data strategies, and a lot of folks here are involved with that. But it's the good ideas about going faster, individual profiles, but the data, how do you manage data? How do you put it together, organize it, convince people that it's safe? That all becomes critical to enabling that idea. So we see that that's an important thing for us.
That's all important, but I don't see anybody hesitating to get on a Peloton bike and worried about maybe somebody else knows my human performance profile. It's cloud-based. They figured it out.
Good. So we'll see what we can do there. Let me shift to everybody get a Peloton or some equivalent competitive. Let's talk about people. Another version of people questions there's a lot of competition for workforce. There's what we see in this community as well as the technical community and the aviation community, and we communicate routinely with the commercial aviation that we're all competing for high quality folks, and a lot of them are technical. And it really has brought forward the idea that we've got to go much farther down into the talent pool. Much of that involves diversity, embracing and seeking, helping, encouraging, resourcing the next level or even farther, which talks about STEM, and we have a big STEM program here, but also to get your thoughts on what your service, how is that important to your service, and what's going on in that area. So
Yeah, so I think the Navy and the Marine Corps has the opportunity to be the most diverse services in the Department of Defense. And I really think that we're working hard to change the way we attract and recruit talent. And once we have that talent in our force, the way we manage that talent, the way we cultivate them, the way we talked a little bit today about training and education in a much more focused manner than we ever have before. It's not taking people for granted, and it's valuing that diversity. And then it's not just race and ethnicity. It's also experience, right? Life experiences, and being able to value that and to welcome it. In terms of a competitive workforce, I think that if we don't embrace diversity by mid-century, we're going to be in real trouble. As I'll say this as the Navy, we're doing pretty good. We need to do much, much better in order to compete against not just the other services in terms of attracting and retaining talent, but in terms of the more broader workforce in the United States. One of the things that we're taking a look at is where is the talent inside the Navy that we're not utilizing at the level that we should. And a good example are those that might have the aptitude for cyber work, and to give them an aptitude test. We're not looking for skill levels, we're looking for the aptitude to do the job. Another example would be if I would stick with a highly technical and competitive area like cyber, is we typically in our job descriptions for civilians require a 4-year degree in many of those, with a computer science background. And in many of the cases where if we need a hacker on a cyber team, those hackers we found don't really care whether or not they have a degree. They just want to hack. And so there are a lot of good hackers in community colleges that really don't care about a 4-year degree. So it's just kind of, it's kind of taking a different look at the workforce out there, at the demographic, the opportunities that exist in thinking more creatively. We talked a little bit before coming on stage about the value of our online recruiting effort, the value of our esports teams, and educating that demographic about the military. We're a small percentage of the U.S. population these days, right? 2 million out of 330 million. And so we got to approach it differently.
Commandant?
Acknowledging the trend towards skill sets that we're going to need in the future that may require some more technical aspects, no question. However, our caution light is always, that's not why people come into the Marine Corps or the Navy to get a skill. They come into the Marine Corps because of the ethos, because of the culture, because of, there are other things that our recruiters talk to them about before they ever get to a skill set. We need to anchor on the reasons that Americans come into the military, and more narrowly the naval services why, and not come adrift from that, but not lose our ethos, culture, focus. That's the centerpiece. That's why they want to join an elite team, right? That said, I think, as you pointed out, or someone pointed out earlier, that they are digital natives anyway. They're going to pick up skill sets very quickly, I think faster than we imagined they would. We need to provide them the opportunity to do that, to reinforce that, to allow them, to your point, no matter their background, and to actively, deliberately, intentionally diversify the force, because it is demographically shrinking. That's not a good sign for our nation. When we're drawing from a smaller and smaller and smaller portion of our population, not healthy. We need to broaden that. But at the centerpiece, don't lose sight of why they came into the service in the first point. To join an elite force, to be challenged, to try to become part of a team, something bigger than that. Those are things that we can't come adrift from at all.
And that's why they stay in.
Yeah, that's why they stay in. They don't stay in because of an opportunity to go to a course that gets them a certification. They stay in for different reasons.
Yep.
I think that's great. So we only have a couple of minutes left, but I want to ask, we had a congressional panel here with 3 members. Yesterday was a great session. And we asked them about, what are you all doing in terms of CRs and funding the government? And they sort of gave us a little bit of a circular answer. But if you could have one thing for Christmas, what would it be? And would it maybe be a budget?
Steady and predictable funding is important, not just for us, but for all of you out there as well. So there's a ripple effect with, prohibitions on new starts, and at a time when we're trying to move at a sense of urgency, you can't.
Yes, sir. Commandant?
I would agree. And this is the life that the CNO and I live, is to fight to get the resources that we need. And I used to think that, I used to describe the bad nature of continuing resolutions in terms of how much money we wasted, but now I'm thinking more in terms of it's an erosion of confidence in our system.
Yeah.
Right.
If we can't pass the budget and get things done on time, confidence starts to fall off. Yeah, we're wasting money because we don't have a budget on time and we don't know what our budget's going to be. All that is also true. Take another view, a different lens. How do other countries view us when we can't pass our budget on time? They don't know, we're writing a strategy, are we going to get a budget to support the strategy? So I think the confidence part I'm learning more and more is important. Getting a budget done on time so that we know what resources we have to work with matters.
Yes, sir.
Both within the U.S., but also look from the outside. It's important.
So finally, what can we in the training systems community, industry do for you? I mean, what should we focus on, spend money? I read, what can we help to help you help the warfighters?
Let me just make a plug for entryways into a complicated acquisition system. And certainly we have our typical acquisition paths to pursue, but for about 2.5 years now, we started up this entity called Itsec with their tech bridges, and we have them across the country. They serve both the Navy and the Marine Corps. We really would invite you, particularly smaller companies, to try that path and to give us your honest feedback on whether or not it's fruitful. Earlier, I talked about the need with that development operations kind of mindset to be developing stuff with industry while we're fielding it, right? And I don't think we get there unless we have an easy entryway. So that would be my closing comment. I really didn't want to leave the stage without making a plug for Itsec, but we need your feedback on how we can improve it as well. 2.5 years, still learning, probably not where it needs to be yet, but it's a potential path.
Yes, sir. Commandant?
I think we need people in this room to hold like 2 different flashlights. One is the kind of headband flashlight that's sees things that are possible right in front of you, but they can't put down the mag light they can see way down the road. If we do that, we're in real trouble. So as hard as it is, we need them like 2 flashlights in their hands all the time to tell us what's possible in the next 6 months. Doable now, move fast, achievable, but we can't put the other mag light in the glove compartment or in the toolbox and say, well, we'll get that later on. This is a CNO's point. We need their headlights down the road to tell us what's in the art of the possible 18, 24, 36 months from now, what is possible? And then work with us, like he's saying, pull forward the IRAD, pull forward the engineers and operators in the same space to get us something 2 years from now that we're going to need.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you for your time. I hope this is the beginning of a conversation that, we stay in touch. And I know
Sure.
we are here to help, and I think that NDIA and NTSA are good neutral. We're not industry. We're not trying to sell you anything, and we're really made to try to help you solve your problems as well as industry's problems. So I can't thank you enough for being here, and I think it's very impressive. So please help me thank the CNO and the Commandant.
Thanks, Jim. Thank you.
Thank-
If you'll please take your seats. Wasn't that incredible? Absolutely wonderful, those comments. As we heard, exactly what's working well, what they need from us as a community. So ladies and gentlemen, please watch the Itsec 2021 theme video. Thank you very much. Next, I'd like to introduce our industry keynote, Mr. Bob Petty, Vice President and General Manager, Professional Visualization at NVIDIA. Bob is a native of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and holds degrees in aerospace engineering from Georgia Tech and mathematics from the University of Tampa. Bob has more than 30 years of experience in visualization, high-performance computing, and multi-touch technologies, along with extensive experience working with defense and intel, including battlefield simulation, situational awareness, common operating picture, and data fusion technologies. His professional history includes 20 years of executive management roles at Silicon Graphics and a CEO position at Perceptive Pixel, where he successfully steered the company through its acquisition with Microsoft. Prior to his position at NVIDIA, Bob served as CEO of TouchShare, where he transformed the multi-touch hardware company into a SaaS software company focusing on geospatial collaboration and visualization. Bob took on the role of Vice President and General Manager of Professional Visualization Products Group at NVIDIA in August of 2015. In this role, he is responsible for multiple NVIDIA platforms and technologies such as NVIDIA RTX, Omniverse Enterprise, and advanced rendering technologies, virtualization, and Cloud XR. Please join me in welcoming Bob to the stage.
All right. I am probably a little smaller than Jen, so I'm going to move this down. You probably noticed that my picture out there isn't necessarily the current representation of my hair color. I got some advice from the Admiral and the General that I probably should have shaved my head like they have. That way you might recognize me. So it's such an honor to be at Itsec. My first Itsec was probably 30 plus years ago. All of my life, starting out as an aerospace engineer, working on F-16s and ATF, which became the F-22, into silicon graphics with security clearances to cover DoD and Intel, a short stint at NVIDIA, and then a couple of startups that basically dealt with Intel agencies and organizations like SOCOM and the like to look for needles in a haystack. And it was about combining technologies, and it was about the way that people interacted with data and giving them more ability, more information, but in a way where they could consume it and take logical action. So this is, it's a pleasure to be here in person, and I will hopefully try to get through this hour and a half presentation in 15 minutes. Our marketing guys always put slides about who NVIDIA is. I don't want to spend time talking about NVIDIA. We've gone far from being a gaming company, full stack software company that expanded into enterprise visualization. Every car, every movie pretty much uses NVIDIA technology. We've really had a breakthrough in the last 2-3 years with the advent of AI. It has changed everything, and it is going to change things like you couldn't possibly even dream of. Real-time rendering, that's led to advances in medical care and is leading to what some people are calling the metaverse. We happen to think that metaverse is a bad name for it. We think of the metaverse as something where a virtual world's main purpose is to improve the physical world. It's not to live in the virtual dystopian metaverse. It is to use the physical world to improve the productivity of human beings and systems that the warfighter needs. And that's primarily what I'm going to talk to. But first, a few trends. Most of the people in the room are probably relatively aware that these are going on. In the last couple of years, we've truly achieved the ability to do real-time ray tracing. We thought this was maybe another 5 years away, but based on significant advances in AI, so we've got a system on a chip basically that has shader cores for the pretty graphics. It has ray tracing cores to deal with path tracing and how light bounces. But the tensor cores that do the AI really gave us that order of magnitude improvement. So we can do photorealistic, real-time, not just interactive, photorealistic rendering. That's really key for, obviously, visual simulation. If something looks off, the human brain knows it. They know it, and it hurts their ability to interpret and act because there's an oddity there. AI has improved not just that real-time rendering. AI has been used to improve error correction. It's been used to improve the way that products get made, embedding sensors into automobiles, washing machines, tanks. Those sensors report back on how the vehicle or thing is performing to actually improve the neural network and improve future versions of themselves. And that is just beginning to take off. And of course, simulation. This crowd knows about simulation. But real simulation involves all of those. My ask of you is to not just look for the right graphics, not just look for point use cases of AI to improve analytic capability or image detection, not just look for ways to improve a physical simulation of a single entity, but to combine these technologies. The real-time ray tracing combined with AI allows us to be fully immersive in a photoreal environment. It allows the vehicle, the airplane, to act in a physically accurate way at much faster frame rates, and time to design that simulator is sped up by an order of magnitude. Again, people need that photorealistic rendering. That's the way the brain works. They need to see clouds moving the way they move, smoke plumes developing the way they develop, water flowing the way it does, waves forming the way they do in a physically accurate way. And that's what real-time rendering brings to the table. Besides the things I mentioned about AI improving the rendering and eliminating errors, it also does a great job of informing people in a much better way, in a much faster way, by improving data that may not be as high a quality as we'd like. It could be a blurry sign. It could be a blurry face. It could be weather, impaired visual. AI has the ability to see through that, to know what is there, and to improve that image and to give the warfighter enough information to make correct decisions. Autonomous vehicles are, currently still in development, but there's a slew of them. That's probably the biggest integration. I don't know why this is so close. Can you just turn that down maybe a tad, please? Because I have to stand this close. Autonomous vehicles, think about it. It's a computer in a car. It's got LiDAR. It's got radar. It has a number of cameras. It's what a lot of you are probably flying or moving around with today. But it has to make real-time decisions. Is that a stop sign? Is that a speed sign? What does it say? Is that a person? Is that a person crossing the street? Is that mud? Is that slush? Is that ice? All of those has to be made in real time. It's not just about the speed of the computer. It's about accurate computer vision, accelerated by AI, and giving the computer in the car accurate information in split-second reality to make the right decision. That same logic can be applied to the information given to warfighters and be delivered to the point of need. Get some water here. And simulation again. You guys know simulation. But point simulation that I think the general mentioned, point simulation that doesn't take into account maybe the existing current conditions, point simulation that doesn't take into account how the adversary might actually respond, point simulation that doesn't learn from itself and continue to challenge based on the AI's ability to understand the weaknesses as a person, he or she, goes through the simulation, is not quite there. We have the ability to not just record and learn, but to adjust the simulation in real time and in a photorealistic way and in a cultural way that reflects what we know about adversarial techniques and the like. So we're not just simulating against ourselves. So I was really glad to hear General mention that. I live vicariously now through our partners. We've got great partnerships with Lockheed. Echelon Technologies done great AI work with NASA. And Ornell's using AI to map cities. Those are all cool things, but those are individual things that really need to be brought together. The city that's being mapped with AI and with LiDAR could be part of the terrain for a simulator. AI can be used to enhance the threats that are put in front of the pilot, and what Lockheed's doing with streaming those training systems around the world. It can be delivered where they need it. Bring the training to where they need it. Don't bring them to the training. So where's this going? That's today. The ultimate in simulation, from my standpoint, is digital twins, the metaverse. I'll try not to call it the metaverse again, because again, we don't see the metaverse as something we want anybody to live in. People will. They do it with Fortnite, Second Life. It will become a huge industry. The way NVIDIA sees the metaverse is a way for using the virtual world to improve the physical world. Physical human beings, the way they think, to improve their safety, to improve the way our machinery operates. We can test so many things in a virtual world without wasting the time to build something in the physical world. I can take a robot, put it into a virtual world. You know, if I had to do this physically, I'd build the robot and I would teach it to pick something up. And I'd be walking back and forth getting that robot to pick something up. In a virtual world, you know, it goes and picks something up. I can then throw 10,000 robots into that virtual world. And as the AI works and that robot knows how to pick that thing up or defuse a bomb, I'm training 10,000 robots. I have enough information to create the perfect neural network that I can then take from that physical world, or from that virtual world, and put it in a physical robot, and it works just perfectly. It's so fucking cool. It is the way we need to be, and the speed at which we need to be improving the physical world. Put more in the virtual world, put more at it, not just with the use of graphics, but with AI. I'm sitting next to, we were talking about intelligent avatars. Those intelligent avatars, even though that's a picture of Toy Jensen, our CEO, they'll be more and more realistic. I mean, you will be able to get into discussions with these intelligent avatars in the language of their choice, being converted in real time. That can be very useful in various training situations across various cultures, and be used to train the avatar that you may going up against based on their culture, based on their language and the like. We talked about self-driving cars, self-driving tanks, drones and the like. Factory of the future, for those that are actually manufacturing F-35s and the like, it is here. It's a factory of the future is a digital factory, which is essentially a factory of a bunch of digital twins. And I'll talk a little bit more about this. So for us, the ultimate simulation is one that does remember, is one where you can rewind, is one that is not just about how things look, but about how they operate. And not just how they operate when they're coming off the factory floor, but how they operate over the life cycle of the vehicle. And is that a closed loop system, such that everything that comes in afterwards improves the design of the digital twin of the airplane, the digital twin of the factory, and the digital twin of the deployment scenario. This is really freaking hard to do. I tried not to use the F word that time. There's those that build simulators know there's a massive amount of data. Think about all the sensors that are out there, smart cities. We've got drones, we've got satellites, human, massive. Think about all that data that we have out there. To really build a digital twin is really hard. To coordinate that data, geographically align it, put it all together such that it truly is a closed system is hard, which is why it's going to take us a while to truly get there. But they do exist today. They exist today in things like cars, like planes. but I would argue they're not true digital twins. They have all the parts, they have the components, but the feedback loop is not there. It's starting to. Building in sensors, feeding that back, improving the design. Think of a car thinking on its own and sending data back to improve the next design of that car or the next design of that plane, or to improve things inside of the cockpit that will help the pilot make a better decision. Digital twins are leading to digital factories, which will lead to digital cities. We've already got initiatives with London, San Francisco, Singapore, smart cities, and the Holy Grail is a digital twin of the Earth. You know, our autonomous vehicle, it is a digital twin, the vehicle. People think of mapping a city or mapping the Earth, building that out. They think it's going to be time-consuming. It's done by hand. Well, the same AI that's in the same sensors that are in a car or a plane or a drone can be collecting data about the roadway, collecting data about the weather, collecting data, and using that data to actually build the 3D representation of the Earth physically accurate. There's also just the general work that's going on to build buildings. We know what cities look like, but you don't have to do it one at a time. We can use AI, we can use LiDAR to build in that New York representation. Not all of those buildings on the right side are digital twins, but they soon will be. So we can go into the Empire State Building, to a particular elevator, to a particular panel box. All that information is there. And we'll be able to do that in the city of New York in the next few years. And we can do that around the world. And we need to do that around the world to get to a digital Earth. So don't look at it as a daunting task, because whether it's a self-driving car, whether it's a drone, whether it's a variety of sensors, we can take that data using AI and reconstruct the world using, oops, can you go back one? Sorry, since I have no backup. Thank you. So you see on the, never mind. You saw on the left that LiDAR reconstructing that world. It looked pretty shitty. That was round one. AI will fill that in, and I guarantee you will not be able to tell that was generated by LiDAR and not by hand. A true digital twin doesn't just, again, stop at how it looks, and is it physically accurate. A true digital twin takes advantage of all the sensors we have out there, the interactions of humans, traffic, weather, feeds that back into the loop, to help make correct decisions. It could be traffic, it could be, should I put a building up here, what's going to happen to, flood conditions, what's going to happen in the battlefield, is that building still there, is it not? But a true digital twin, to me, is where the simulation industry needs to go. It's not far off, but it does start with what I heard over there. It starts with recording everything. It starts with recording how people are perceiving things. It starts with not doing things piecemeal, depending on the mission, but using those all together, using those sensors together, using the graphics together to build a true digital Earth. A true digital Earth where we can simulate horrific events that hopefully will never happen, hopefully that we can then prevent, as well as just improve our planet, save lives from having to send people out into battle that are completely unprepared. I know I'm over my time, and I apologize, but I wanted to just conclude with a little bit of a sex. This was a fly-through beyond any speed that I would have liked to go through. I would just ask you to push us hard. Ask for the world. We're working on things 3-4 years from now, not just in hardware and software. Ask for the world. Yeah, we are a for-profit corporation, but we're doing this for you. You guys push us beyond belief. It's been what I've been doing all my life. It's what I want to continue doing. And there's so much more to do. So I will close it here with just a little sexy video of what a digital factory could be and what a digital earth could be. Every part. I'm not sure why we had the guy floating out in space. He's like Whiskey Tango Foxtrot. It's like, anyway, push us hard. There's so much more we can do. Pleasure to be here. Thank you very much.
That was absolutely incredible. I want to say thank you all for joining us this morning. I hope you found as much value as we did in this. We're going to take a 30-minute break before the senior leader panel, so please step outside, grab your coffee. But thank you all very much, and welcome to Itsec 2021.
Ladies and gentlemen, the meeting will begin in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the meeting will begin in 5 minutes. Please take this opportunity to silence your electronic devices. Ladies and gentlemen, the meeting will begin in 1 minute. Please take your seats.
Get everybody to take their seats. Can I get everybody to take their seats? Wow. That's unusual. So, welcome to the Senior Leader Panel. This is a great group that we have brought together to sort of follow up with some of the themes that we saw in the earlier discussion with the Commandant and the CNO. And I think that this group, this August group is really impressive. And when we go through their bios, I mean, you see this is a very high quality group. And I think that what we want to try to do in this session is allow you to interact with them to some degree. So you'll find folks with cards that are going to be passed out at your desire. Raise your hand or whatever, and then they'll be collected in the middle of the opening comments and brought up to me, and I'll screen them. So up front, I would ask you a couple things with regard to the questions. There has to be a question inside the piece of paper. So it's not a statement, it's a statement of thought or whatever. We do want to have real questions. I'd ask you to keep them pretty high level because of the depth and vertical nature of this panel, and they have to be respectful. They also need to not dig down into some weed, why my program didn't get selected or something like that. We're not into the programmatics. We're not really, we're here to talk about, medium, high level kind of issues. And so as a screener, you won't find those get by the screen. So, but this is a great opportunity to have a dialogue as opposed to what we did this morning where I collected ahead of time. But this group is representative of a whole range of things. We've got the NATO, Air Force, Navy, and Army, Marine Corps, all here. We have also a mix of acquisition and other operational kind of things. So there's a real good mix of things here in terms of ability to answer your questions. And I think that I'm going to challenge you to help me challenge them as we go through the next hour and a half. So with that, I'm going to go through, I'm just going to introduce the panel, and then you can understand who they are. First one is Lieutenant General Kevin Iams. He's the Commanding General of Training and Education Command. So again, very high level program. As you saw, General Berger was talking about the effort to consolidate some training at a more high level. We think that's a great move. He started as an F-18 pilot in his career. He's accumulated over 4,000 hours in tactical airframes and has flown over 500 combat missions, 500 combat hours and 270 missions. So again, a really great history here. He's commanded at the squadron, group, and wing level. He deployed multiple times to Operation Iraqi Freedom. He commanded MAR-4 South, the 3rd Marine Aircraft Wing, was Deputy Commander of the Combat Development Command and Assistant Commandant for Command Development and Integration. And he participated in combat during Operations Desert Shield, Desert Storm, Noble Eagle, and multiple Westpac deployments. So please help me welcome General Iams. Next is another special guest, Lieutenant General Robert Marion. He's the Principal Military Deputy to the Assistant Secretary of the Army. So we're way up in there. He started in a variety of command and staff positions in aviation before he shifted to the Acquisition Corps as an assignment officer in the Acquisition Management Branch of the U.S. Army Personnel Command. But he's got a variety of project and program management involving the UH-60 Black Hawk, a lot of areas where he went to a sort of a exchange tour with industry, with Lockheed Martin. And he was the assistant program manager for the Comanche interoperability and the project office and PEO aviation. He assumed joint command of the Defense Contract Management Agency, Boeing Mesa, Arizona, and then where he was the primary mission was to contract management and the production of the AH-64 Longbow Apache. He was assigned as the Chief Acquisition Management Branch in the Office of Personnel Command and the Army Human Resources Command. He deployed as the Assistant Secretary of the Army, Acquisitions and Logistics Forward, representative for the Defense Assistant Secretary of the Army Procurement. That's a mouthful. He also is assigned as the project manager for cargo helos with PEO Aviation. Later served as program executive officer until he was assigned as the deputy for ASALT and now is in the Pentagon. So please help me welcome General Marion. Next we have Major General Albert Miller. He's the Director of Training and Readiness for the Deputy Chief of Staff of Operations at Headquarters U.S. Air Force. The directorate encompasses 7 divisions and the Air Force Agency for Modeling Simulation, which is here in Orlando. He's responsible for policy, guidance, oversight of Air Force operational training and infrastructure, and operational readiness and reporting. He's a command pilot with more than 4,100 hours in the C-17, KC-135, and the C-12F. He has extensive experience in mobility operations to include airlift, tanker, command and control, and special operations. He's an Air Force strategist and has served as the U.S. Command, with the U.S. Central Command, Air Force Central Command, Air Mobility Command, and Headquarters Joint Staff Command. So he's a strategist at heart. That's a tough one. So please help me welcome Major General Miller. So next we have a repeat offender. He was here, I think, in 19. And he's been on VTCs with me with several NTSA events, so we appreciate his constant support. Brigadier General Ilmars Lajin from the Latvian Army is Assistant Chief of Staff, Joint Force Development, NATO Allied Transformation Command. Is a very interesting sort of storyline to his history. He was born in California after his family had left the country, but then grew up in Sweden, schooled in West Germany, ended up returning to the fatherland and joined the Latvian Armed Forces in 1993. So it's a back and forth. He says he's only lived in the United States for 11 months, so that's his roots here. His career with troops has been on every level up to brigade command. He set up an armed forces level joint professional NCO training system, as well was in command of the newly formed NCO Academy. He commanded the 2nd Infantry Battalion. He spent 9 months at ISAF in northern Afghanistan, was appointed as the commander of Land Force Mechanized Infantry Brigade, and then was head of all the land forces as well. During his tenure, he had the pleasure to be instrumental in the NATO Enhanced Forward Presence Battle Group deployment to Latvia, and the successful integration of more than 8 nations in an effective deterrence force operation. He returned to ISAF, took over the operational level, the Joint Headquarters J357 Plans Branch, and then during his time, he oversaw and supported the development of the nascent Latvian Joint Terminal Air Attack Controller program. So it's a great history for one of our international partners, and we look forward to hearing from him. So with that, I'm going to turn, please help me with it. Welcome. Thank you. So with that, I'll turn the floor over to General Iams and for his opening comments.
Admiral Rob, thank you very much. And in line with your point about repeat offenders, I was back here in 2017 as a CG of TCOM. So I've served as CG of TCOM as a 1-star and a 2-star. Wished that we had more leveraging capability inside our service, as the Commandant alluded to, but be careful what you wish for, because I got what I wished for. Now I'm back as the 3-star. So repeat offender here at Itsec and in the same job. But I'm really looking forward to working with you all as we look to the future on how we change training to develop a ready, relevant, capable, and lethal DoD for the future. As you heard our Commandant allude to this morning and in several other forums, his force design, vision, and concepts are a process and a vehicle to take our Marine Corps forward. They're not an end state. They're not particularizing what our Marine Corps will look like as a naval expeditionary force in readiness for the future, but they're going to be an iterative process that enables us to at least keep pace with, if not outpace, the current global threats. And today we are facing high-end tech-enabled threats and adversaries with long-range precision munitions enabled by highly capable ISR and other assets that can hold our U.S. forces at risk at ranges that preclude what were formerly avenues of power projection that only we possessed. The Marine Corps is tackling this challenge as we look to the future with these force design operating concepts that are in concert with where the CNO is on distributed maritime operations, as well as our Marine Corps sub-elements of expeditionary advanced base operations and littoral operations in a contested environment. However, with these shifts in focus, not surprisingly, our Commandant and our Marine Corps have looked at our Corps and said that, we're not organized, we're not equipped, nor are we trained and postured for the world in 2030. So that means for those in the defense industrial base and all of you here in the audience, as we look at what we're going to do to develop those concepts and capabilities for 2030, what we need to understand is, as the Commandant alluded to, we need to start with training from the forefront. It needs to be baked in up front, not bolted on later. And if you look at his Commandant's planning guidance from 2019, it shows you very much up front, it's force design, a focus on warfighting, and then a transition to training and education. So he's had this in his mantra from the outset. For decades, our Marine Corps has been using an industrial age model to build its Marine Corps. It's time that we mature that model and step with our next generation forces and assets as we look at a multi-domain force, a multi-spectral threat, and we generate an information age change for our training capabilities all the way down to the individual rifleman. This needs to occur not just on the training stage, but on the education stage and the individual performance as well. If the old adage, we fight as we train, is really a truism, then we need an environment that replicates the resolution and the sensory fidelity to generate perceptions and reactions approaching those that we expect in the current world and in the real world of the future. To achieve this, what the Marine Corps is looking for is we're seeking a more immersive training venue to truly pique the senses and greater numbers of simulation events. Sets and reps build experience, but they're not going to build what we need for the learning model just in itself. We need to drive decision-making under the most austere and complex environments. We also need these environments to be adaptive with a wide gamut of free play that allows commanders and the Marines to explore new concepts, capabilities, and try out their TTPs so that now they have an opportunity to seize on and maintain initiative where they haven't before, to face uncertain risk and understand imperfect results. This is why we want to record. And then we need to accept, learn, and move on from mistakes. Now, advancements in training systems and synthetic capabilities, and again, I've seen them for years, have been plagued by proprietary standards and architectures across the services and across DoD, which has reduced our capability to truly be interoperable and integrate our assets. I will tell you that our Marine Corps is committed to leveraging the open standards. We intend to, and I'll use the word, Bob, exploit the Army and our sister services and their research into synthetic training and capabilities. And our own live virtual constructive capabilities for the future are going to be built on the foundations that our sister services are developing at this time. But we must strive for a common set of standards, models, and emulations to build efficiency in the program. Machine language, software barriers, and parochialisms need to be a way of the past. We need to help industry, and industry needs to help us build agile, stacked technologies that train Marines all the way from our strategic lance corporals up to commanding generals, and to interface not only with our own Force Design 2030 assets, but all of the future joint assets in simultaneous integrated events that exercise the entire joint force. Training to this standard as our nation's stand-in force will require a collaborative, best-of-breed atmosphere. We're looking for partners across industry and the services that will facilitate rapid advancement in these environments. The Corps' research into the threats and into force design had demonstrated that our future training environment will require knitting together large tracts of training space for weapons and those platform capabilities that the CNO talked about, as well as we do need that updated adversary replication for platforms, their multi-domain capabilities, and as well, we need an opportunity to include the ever-increasing integration of high-end assets. That's all of the SAP and the STOW, all the way down to the tactical level. We believe that this necessitates synthetic training domains, enclaves, if you will, where we can generate effects inside those enclaves and then play them into the larger picture so that we can conceal our playbook from the prying eyes and exploitation and then still enable full play. I believe that the synthetic LVCT environment is the only place that we'll be able to put all of our assets on the table, exercise all of them with all of the bells and whistles that we know hide behind the black curtains. As well, we need to train a different Marine for the future, and this includes looking at human performance in a way that we have never done it before. We're updating our training design and our operational techniques to accompany our future simulation modernization events, and our initial forays into this regime should start to play out with LVCT sometime in the 2024 timeframe. We think that LVCTE will be the underpinning of our Marine Corps training environment for the future and will be just one of 5 initiatives that we've got going forward. It will encompass a holistic enterprise of ground, air, and maritime training capabilities, including full instrumented training ranges, both live and force-on-force, immersive multi-domain training regimes with live role players, high-fidelity simulators, and command and control system emulations that mirror real-world networks in operation. So in closing, our future training systems must replicate a vast and complex future battlefield and develop the cognitive capabilities of our future leaders. There's only one training regime that does this. You all hold the reins to it. It's that of the synthetic and LVC. We look forward to working with you, but as the Commandant alluded to, we must work faster. We're on a pacing threat timeline that 2030 was the initial mark on the wall. It's moving to the right, but it's moving much faster. I look forward to joining forces with you and taking on the challenge. Thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward to the dialogue.
Thank you. So before we go to the next speaker, I have to correct a faux pas, a terrible moderator faux pas, which is to skip Rear Admiral Garvin. introduction. So he's the 20th Commander of the Naval Education and Training Command. Started there in July of 2020. His operational assignments include service with the Pelicans at Patrol Squadron 45. He was the 1995 Association of the Naval Aviation Pilot of the Year. He commanded the Fighting Tigers of VP-8, Patrol Wing, Reconnaissance Wing 10, Executive Officer to the Vice Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. No easy job there. Commander of the Recruiting Command and Commander of Patrol and Reconnaissance Group and Patrol Reconnaissance Group Pacific in Norfolk. So please help me welcome Rear Admiral Garvin. My apologies. Hopefully not my last mistake, but so over to you, sir.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Well, good morning, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. Thanks to the Itsec team for putting this on. Unlike many of my predecessors who spoke, I am a first-timer here at Itsec. I've been serving in a variety of acquisition positions over the last couple of years, but have never made it down to Orlando. So I look forward to today and the next day or so of activity and getting to engage with many of you. So when you hear our Chief of Staff of the Army talk about training, he talks about training at the individual level, at the team and crew level, at the squad level, the platoon, and then the company level, and then, of course, battalion and brigade above that. But when he talks about training, he talks about it in the context of a pyramid, and 85% of the resources that we spend, time, money, energy, all of it, in the Army, is to those first three layers at the individual, crew, team, squad level, platoon, and company level. So that's the focus for our Army when it comes to training, and it's about building blocks. It's about cohesive, lethal, well-led, small units, and that's the building block of how we build combat capability in our Army. And I really like something I think the Commandant said it earlier about simulations not just enabling you to operate your individual weapon or maybe even operate as a crew, but a part of these small teams is how well they're led. So how do we train the ability or assess and then design training for how leaders of small units think? And I thought that was, so I've only been here at Itsec now for about 3 hours, and I've already learned a lot about some preconceptions I came here with. So one of the first things I noticed was when I read the bios of all my peers up here, every person up here is an aviator in their service, with the exception of Ilmar's, who's an infantryman to keep us all straight. But we were talking about that before we came up here, and it's operating in a simulated environment is part of the natural training in Army aviation, and I think across the services. And so that's the context that I had, and what I have seen and heard to me is so much more about the possibilities that are available to us, not just in simulations, but and I've used large-scale force-on-force simulations in other contexts, but there's so much more than I came here thinking about. So, as an example, one of the things that we're taking into small units is the ability to, and when people describe it to me, they use the term augmented reality, and it's geo-rectified information that you can look through a set of either night vision devices or even you don't have to use it at night. It can be during the day also, and it gives you situational awareness of your members in your squad, last known positions of enemy forces, the routes, your primary, your alternate, your contingency, your emergency routes. All that is available now. We're making that available to the individual infantryman. But it's something that we've had available in the cockpit of our aircraft for over a decade. And so we're starting to perpetuate that throughout the rest of the force. And so in my mind, I came here with the thought of how do we further the things that we've already done, and how do we do them better? And after I listened to Bob Petty's presentation, it made me think, what could we be doing? Not how do we do what we're doing better? What could we be doing? And so that's really going to be a focus of my time here as I'm engaging with you and when I'm out on the floor, is what could we be doing in the Army to advance us in this space that we probably don't even know about. And there's pockets of excellence probably everywhere out there, and the CNO and the Commandant talked about that as well. We have great stovepipe systems for individual training and maybe even crew training, but at a bare minimum, how do we network those even inside of our service amongst our joint partners and in a coalition environment? And things like Project Overmatch and Project Convergence in the Army, those are going to help in those areas. But again, I think that's nascent in our lexicon, and it's nascent in our actions. And there's so much more opportunity out there that's available to us. And then, and Jennifer alluded to it, and the CNO did as well. We have an opportunity now, and I'll fall back on what I do every day, and it's acquisition. And so we had a way of doing things for a long time, and it was fine. But now we have multiple pathways with which to take capabilities that exist, integrate them in this term we're using called soldier-centered design, getting soldiers on equipment, exposed to capability, provide feedback, and spin faster so that when we do move and field something using some of these other pathways, Jennifer referenced OTAs, that's a way. There's other authorities that we have now inside these adaptive acquisition framework that's now codified in our DoD instructions that we can use and we have been using. Most people talk about middle tier of acquisition, but they're ways to rapidly prototype and rapidly field capability to the services. So we have opportunities and we have authorities now that we've never had before. So, we need your help to describe back to us what we could be doing, and now we have authorities to take advantage of those opportunities. So I look forward to the next day engaging with you and then addressing whatever questions you have. So thank you.
Humble Garvin.
Good morning. Is this thing on? Mic check? Okay, good. Again, like my Army brother here to my left, I am, to use internet parlance, I'm a longtime lurker, first-time poster at Itsec. So very, very glad to be here. I've tried to get here many years and failed, but this time I made it. So I really appreciate the time. I appreciate being invited to fill in on this panel this morning. It is a true pleasure to be here with you. And I do have prepared remarks. I'll go through them, but what I'm really looking forward to is the conversation at the end once we're all done with our opening remarks. And again, so I represent Naval Education and Training Command in Pensacola, Florida. It is the Navy's largest shore command. And for those that aren't aware, just think briefly street to fleet. So we recruit young civilians, some not so young, off the street and train them into war fighters. So think every accession source, minus the Naval Academy, but ROTC, OCS, boot camp, and then all the schoolhouses, less the War College and Naval Postgraduate School. So all the sort of technical training, and it's a real pleasure to work for that team. Our sailors are world-renowned for their can-do spirit and their ability to find a way to succeed in the most trying situations, sometimes in spite of the help that they receive. And I've seen it my entire career. They will literally run through brick walls, and it's our challenge to make sure those are the right walls to run through and that we minimize the number of walls we make them run through. They operate in the most remote areas of the planet in peacetime and war, and if a critical piece of gear goes down, our sailors have to be there to fix it. And yet, as we all know, the world is changing faster than ever before, and our sailors who operate at the leading edge of technology face complex new challenges. They require increased access to relevant training and information to effectively do their jobs, not all the way back at the schoolhouse, but where they're working today. So to continue our advantage in the maritime environment and maintain our organic capability to operate and repair complex equipment at sea, we must provide our sailors with the tools and resources required to enable and enhance their skills and proficiency. And I love the fact that CNO used this word, at the point of need. So that's one of the basic tenets of one of our programs I'm going to describe in a minute. In order to do that, our training systems must be more responsive and must support faster cycle times, faster update times to maintain currency and deliver training to the fleet, providing these resources to our sailors so that they have the knowledge and skills and that they don't atrophy. We don't shove it all in their craniums at the very beginning of their career, hoping that they remember it by the time they actually need that knowledge. So the Navy's program, and it's a rather large investment, I think probably not unfamiliar to most in the room, is Ready Relevant Learning. And it seeks to modernize training delivery systems, integrate content development to increase speed to fleet, and implement career-long learning continuums so that we have this life cycle continuum of learning that match the right training to the right point in a sailor's career at the right time while addressing gaps in technical, professional, and leadership training. I thought it was also quite telling and really welcome that CNO mentioned it's not just about technical training, it's about leadership training, it's about professionalism, it's about that ethos that's in every one of us. All these lines of effort are in flight at this very moment. Modernized training has already been delivered for several Navy ratings, that's 8 of them so far, with nearly 50 others currently in progress and at various points in development. As an enterprise, we are constantly looking for ways to deliver this modernized content faster and in a more agile, modular way. Think over your PDA, think however they take in information. Career-long learning continuums are at a similar point in the journey and will provide a process for the Navy leadership to effectively plan training development, identify training gaps, manage training requirements, and prioritize future training development efforts. These CLLCs also restore our senior enlisted as the technical experts on systems and equipment at sea. And we're making great strides in taking advantage of the latest thinking in the science of learning and the training technology that sort of underpins it as well. My Navy HR, which is part of the organization that I'm embedded within, which is the Navy's Human Resource Organization, is undergoing a massive overhaul on our IT systems to deliver an integrated family of systems that modernize pay and personnel, which are very, very important, but also training delivery functions. The key training component is a modernized learning stack of commercial off-the-shelf products operating in the cloud and supported by an authoritative data environment. And again, from a comment this morning, I really liked the fact the Commandant brought up that you can hop on a Peloton and get on there and start your program where you left it. All very true. But then I immediately thought to, okay, but then I've got to link it to Strava. Then I've got to link it to training, what's the TP? The Map My Run or whatever. Then I got to link it to Garmin Connect. And all those things don't talk to each other because they're all proprietary. So how do we get beyond that? So we don't need to build more towers of Babel there. So that's why I'm really harping on the authoritative data environment, data that is not homogenized, but at least queryable and you know that it's valid. This learning stack will decrease our training timelines and ensure our operational agility, improve our overall mission readiness by delivering information to the sailors' fingertips. And the first launch of the learning stack capability will occur beginning of next year with our new learning management system. And another initiative we're working on is this thing called My Navy Learning. And again, it was talked by both of our service chiefs about the individual nature of training and how that can be queried by the individual and how that can be queried by a supervisor, how that can be queried and aggregated as a battle group commander, as a fleet commander, however necessary. And it's individualized pace and it's individualized training, proficiency, and qualification. So My Navy Learning is the very first part of that journey. These are powerful tools, and it comes back to some of the points that CNO made about recording. Recording in a format that is queryable, searchable, available with disconnected ops, available with denied and degraded ops, all critical information or abilities that we need in our quiver. So if you think about that, you think about what the future of what we could do, to your point, General. I think that's an excellent question. Not how do we do things better. I think we kind of have that path pretty well mapped. but what could we do that is different, that is unique, that is a true step change when it comes to training and education. And again, it goes to making these data-driven, data-informed decisions. Again, not to be, as CNO said, a slave to analytics, but you really do need to pay attention to them. And there is also, I think he paid a nod a little bit to the right brain too, so keeping that thinking going in our leadership. Now, in closing, the Navy is vigorously addressing our need to adapt our training to the dynamic operating environment. We all spoke about the dynamic operating environment. I don't see that changing anytime soon, and we just keep getting thrown curveballs. The question is can we, to use John Boyd, can we observe, orient, decide, and act quicker than our would-be adversaries? We are streamlining and integrating the training development and delivery process to get solutions that support personalized and adaptive training. Again, critical. I think, when we start flight school, in fact, most of us never finish at the same time as guys we started with or gals we started with. I think we need to extend that across all the training continuum. And then we need to mature our training assessments, right? So if we're thinking about not just, to use the Kirkpatrick model, not just to think about, okay, how did we feel about training, how did they test out of the schoolhouse, but how did we change behavior, ultimately with how did we change performance, and then really measuring the performance outcome that is germane to the art and science of war. I think those are the larger philosophical questions I think we can answer with your help. And again, I'm learning here, just like you. I've already learned more in 3 hours, I think, than 3 weeks in the Pentagon. But I'm out of the Pentagon, thankfully, but not for long, I bet. But anyhow, so I just really, particularly with that comment. But anyway, I really do look forward to the conversation. I will be walking around. I'm staying here as long as I possibly can to try to soak it all in. So if I look lost or whatever, just grab me into your booth and tell me what you think we can do together. So appreciate your time.
Thank you. General Miller.
Well, good morning, everybody. General Al Miller, I'm the Director of Training and Readiness for the Air Force, and it's an honor to be here. First, I'd like to thank Itsec for putting on a world-class symposium. I was here yesterday, had some industry engagements, was out on the floor, and it is impressive, and I've seen the agenda, and as I said, a world-class event, and I'm thankful to be a participant. And again, I am also first time, so very impressed and excited about what I'm going to learn here, as everybody else has said. It's an honor to be up here with the fellow panel members. I could just hit record and play, and you would hear the same thing. I would agree with 99.9% of everything they have already spoken about. You know, I was going to open with a little bit of a joke here, but seeing how many Sea Service members are out in the audience and discretion being the better part of valor, I'll forego the joke about the Air Force-Navy football game this year.
Go Navy.
So the Air Force, if there is a synergy here between the theme of this symposium, innovation and accelerating training, and what the Chief of Staff of the Air Force penned early on when he first became the chief, his accelerate, change, or lose. I would commend that to you. And he's very specific when he talks about that and gives direction, in that he doesn't want to just say accelerate change. He emphasizes the or lose portion of that. And the reason I bring that up is you asked the question of the CNO and the Commandant earlier this morning of what would you ask or want our congressional representatives to know? And I would tell you that it's not just those folks in Congress, but it would be every citizen. What I would hope they would know is the pacing threat or the pacing challenge and how fast it is accelerating has changed the environment for the Department of Defense. And that is what the Air Force is wholly focused on. When we go to meetings with Secretary Kendall and we go to meetings with the Chief of Staff of the Air Force, General Brown, it is all about that pacing threat and what we're doing to prepare for it, to compete with them, and deter, and if necessary, defeat them. And that is what has changed. So if you heard my title, readiness is part of my portfolio, and when we talk about ready for what, it is ready for that. And If we could get, as my panel members have talked about, somehow get across the proprietary nature of things, which we've had the luxury of being able to operate in that environment where our partners can have proprietary approaches to things. That's because that's the nature of the adversaries we've had for the last several decades have allowed us that luxury where going into the future with our pacing threat and pacing challenge, we cannot operate that same way. We're going to have to work together and team together to find the solutions together so that we can have the ready force to compete and deter the way we need them to. I talk about 5 levers of readiness in my readiness portfolio. So we have the people, they have to have the critical skills availability. We've put them through the tech schools. The aircraft themselves, we have to have the weapon sustainment money so that they're available to fly when we need them to fly. The flight hours are the money that we need to operate the aircraft. The training infrastructure, which includes the ranges, airspace, as well as the simulators themselves and the networks that connect them. And then the tempo or the time for our people to do the high-end training. That's one significant change the Air Force is doing is our force presentation model. You may hear it termed AF4 Gen or Air Force Force Generation. What has changed there is we are now preserving time for our airmen to do that high-end training that we have foregone in the past because of the threats that we've focused on over the last couple of decades, allowed us that privilege to be able to only be ready for that insurgency or violent extremist organization that we've been countering. But now the threat is China, and they are a peer threat, and that requires a different approach to training. And so those 5, training is what pulls that all together. So that's why the Air Force has put training and readiness into one office, and that's what I focus on every single day, me and my team. When we talk about the training that we need, again, it's all 5 levers. You need all 5 levers operating simultaneously. If any one of those levers is falling short, you will not have the readiness you need, and that is how we try to balance all of that. When we talk about the training infrastructure, the aircraft and capabilities that we have today are now exceeding the infrastructure that we've had in place for decades. So we have geographic restrictions. The threats, we have not kept up with the threats, and the adversary is developing threats at a pace that we probably realistically can't emulate or replicate in a live world. And then we also has, as my panel members have mentioned, the OPSEC portion of it. So that it is driving where a lot of the training that we have been doing in the live world is now being driven into a synthetic virtual world because of those restrictions that we have. That's not to say that we're going to forego live training. We see that there has to be a balanced approach with live and synthetic training, satisfying different aspects of what we need in the training environment. You still need to get out there and generate aircraft, operate them so that your maintainers know what they're going to be doing, and the supply chains know how they're going to have to react based on live flying. But in order to preserve OPSEC and execute tactics, techniques, and procedures, and preserve the secrecy of some capabilities that we have, it's driving it into the synthetic virtual world so that our operators can employ those TTPs and preserve the OPSEC that we need. So that is where we are focusing on now because we haven't done it in the past. We've had to now shift to that synthetic virtual environment. The first step in that is SCARS, so Simulator Common Architecture Requirements and Standards. It's led by LCMC-WNS. That is the first step in creating that architecture and in that environment where we can start having data standards and connectivity across all the platform weapon systems. So if you looked at the simulators that we've had in the Air Force for the last few decades, it's not been one enterprise approach. It's been very stovepiped, weapon system-centric approach. They don't talk well together. When we do network them together, it is very hodgepodge, and many times it's when you put on an exercise, you have to get approval for that network architecture exercise by exercise. So SCARS is the first attempt that the Air Force is taking to create that open architecture so that all of our weapon systems can train together in the virtual synthetic world. The next approach that we're taking and where we need your help is, the term is Common Synthetic Training Environment, or CSTE. LCMCXA is pulling together the consortium for that. They held the first industry day here in last month in October, I believe it was, where they pulled together all the industry partners, explained the approach the Air Force is taking to look at trying to pull together all the best of breed from our industry partners to build this common synthetic training environment where you now have one environment where all of the models are in that one environment. So it'll encompass the terrain model, the threat model, the weather model, the electromagnetic spectrum models, and then it's a plug and play or with whoever wants to come into the environment. You can now, with that open architecture, data-centric approach, be able to pull all the different weapon systems into that environment and train at whatever scale you want to train at. The other thing that the Air Force is looking heavily at is we've had bifurcated approaches to test and training. And we see that there's good synergy or potential synergy in pulling both of those requirements in the test world and the training world together to leverage where you can the best of both worlds, if you will, the high fidelity requirements that you need in the test world and the high entity requirements that you need in the training world, be able to create one environment that can adapt quickly. And as I mentioned, that's the one thing we're seeing happen with our adversary is they're developing threats at a pace that in a live world we can't keep pace with them. But in a synthetic digital world, we can emulate threats that we discover, put them into this common synthetic training environment, and then be able to test and train against those and develop the TTPs that we need so that we can be successful in a potential conflict. I look forward to your questions, and I really appreciate being here. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thank you. And it's always a pleasure to be here as the last speaker because I have to change all my notes. But on that note, it's the second time around. Obviously, I did something good last time, and so I'm invited again. I'm Ilmar Slange, hard name to pronounce, Latvian Army, however, currently stationed at Norfolk Headquarters NATO SAC-T, Supreme Allied Command Transformation. I'm not here to talk about the challenges and tasks of the Latvian Army, which is to kill 2,000 Russian tanks in 3 days. I can do that later at the bar. I'm here as ACOS Joint Force Development and for NATO. And there is already a paradox in its name. I don't own the force. The nations owns the force. So being the Assistant Chief of Staff of Joint Force Development is quite challenging. And for you who do not know what NATO is also you. 30 nations, United States included, representing 1 billion approximately people in the world. 30 nations still going strong, 72 years old, and still nations want to join. So obviously we're doing something good. And an analogy, probably a bad one, and is like, imagine yourself having a Pentagon with 30 services. Some senior, some junior. Yeah, okay, I'll leave you with that thought. Okay, COVID. No one told a COVID story, so I probably have to do that. No, everyone has a COVID story, so I will not bother you with those. Again, that's a story maybe later. But I do want to focus on what COVID or a pandemic as an opportunity vis-a-vis an excuse. In many cases, COVID was acted as an accelerator. And it certainly gave the modeling and simulation and online training and education crowd unprecedented attention. And we all understood that we were not prepared. NATO wasn't prepared. We managed to squeeze in or migrate 30% of our resident courses online. And when my bosses asked me, why only 30? Well, that was a miracle that we did that. And it's not about just pushing 45 PowerPoint slides online. We all know that. It also brought the family together. The pandemic brought the NATO education training facilities and others closer together, realizing that we need to get our act together. But already now, I sense and I feel that this is fading away with a wish to return to the old, to going back to as it was. And I have to flash this one up because as the saying goes, never waste a good crisis. I mean, what's the point of all those Zoom meetings? or the cocktail hours, obviously. But never waste a good series. And I'm very sad when I have colleagues talking about either or, online vis-a-vis residential, brick and mortar, or micro-learning. It's not about either or, it's about and. Together. It's about how to use both worlds. As we heard this morning, the metaverse, whatever it's called in the future, and the physical world, how to use both models the best. And the one who figured that one out will be the winner. I don't say that I have the concept ready, of course not. Okay, NATO is adapting conceptually at the pace and speed of the mutual agreed level of ambition with 30 nations. But the good story is that there is a plan. It started already in 2018 with a new, for 50 years in the making more or less, a new NATO military strategy that was adopted in 2018. And that document conceptually put NATO on a new path. ACO, the Supreme Allied Commander Europe, devised a new strategic defense or deterrence and defense of the Euro-Atlantic area in Europe, and SACT here in America devised the NATO warfare capstone concept. And yes, it is, some of the negatives in this room will say it's a blue sky document. Yes, of course it is. However, it gives us discipline. It was noted and endorsed by the NAC, by the ambassadors of 30 nations, so the political buy-in is there. And this concept, with its 5 warfighting imperatives, gives us a compass, a North Star. It disciplines us in our devising the future capabilities and what we need for the future. I will return to this a little bit later, because I now want to turn into education and training, which is part of my portfolio as well. I supervise, or my staff supervise, better to say, about 11,000 people training every week. And not only allies, also our partners. And education and training is very close to my personal point of view and feelings. When we discuss technology and emerging technology in education and training, I always bring up the red flag on we not lose focus. There is a big forest out there, and sometimes people cannot see the forest because of all the trees and the flashy new objects, and etc. So I just throw this out there to all of you. It's not about the technology. It's what it enables to do to the individual, to the crew, to the team, the unit, and to a society as such, to the humans to excel, so that we as humans can excel in outthinking our adversary, outpacing our adversary, and outfighting our adversary. I actually like the strategic corporal. I think we should empower him or her more. I'm a little bit more concerned about the tactical minister, but okay, a little bit more about that later. As an infantryman, I still am I'm convinced that the mother of learning is called repetition. But of course I have learned, the real question is what kind of repetitions, and how do you adapt, and how do you tell that the reps you're doing are not the right ones? So that's where the art comes in, and that's where the loop comes in, etc. And that's where we need probably assistance, also complete unbiased AI assistance. So returning to on the NATO warfighting capstone concept, it defines, as I said, it is constructed around 5 warfighting imperatives. I won't bore you with that. But from that, we are now operationalizing it through 25 lines of delivery. And I'll just highlight 3 of them. Persistent preparation, that's the name on a alliance-wide review on how we prepare people and forces. And it's going to take a long while to do that because it's a big thing. I already heard this morning, the U.S. forces, the U.S. services are doing the same thing, so we are on track. But it is something we need to do. Persistent preparation is necessary. We cannot fall back and do what we have done so far. The second one, which is one of my particular favorites, is audacious wargaming. Wargaming, if you are reading, following military discourse in publications, wargaming is the biggest hype the last, I think, 18 months, right? Or at least 2 years. We call it audacious wargaming because we want to try to go away only not only stay on the technology side, which is wargaming, the different tools, how to enable one, but also put the audaciousness in thinking, the employment of, if you want to call it the art, and the science is the science, but the art is the art, audacious in wargaming. And we are done pretty good progress in this one. Perhaps that down the road there is a new capability program for it, but I'm more interested in getting people on board and think outside the box and create a culture where thinking outside the box is important, but then also being able to play in the box with the technology or the weapon systems we have at hand. For that, we need the right people and the right skills at the right time, and that's an enablement. NATO lends its people from the nations. I am seconded by Latvia for a 3-year tour in Norfolk. Latvia pays my salary, unfortunately, not Norway. But so you see, and how does NATO agree, 30 nations agree, and influence nations to prepare the right people for the right skills, with the right skills for the future? That's also a very audacious task we have to do. I guess the real answer is that we need to come together and talk about this. And the first step is to recognize that we have a challenge. Back to technologies a little bit, and I don't think that we have seen the real results of the pandemic in training technologies. I think that the coders are still in the mom's basements, and we're going to see more and more of that in the future. It's coming out there, and I know that many nations and services, mine included in Latvia, are looking for a silver bullet. It's going to fix everything, a learning management system tool or a synthetic environment tool, etc. And the answer is, from my humble perspective, is that there is no silver bullet. It's how we're going to use it. The ones of you who are old enough to remember Betamax and VHS, the battle between Betamax and VHS, the one who was better technology-wise did not win. It was the one who had the greatest utility because of accessibility and access to what people wanted. So that is a shout out to the industry out there. Look for the accessibility and the utility of it, not perhaps strive for perfection, and you wind up as Betamax. Relevancy is that one. I will finish off, and I think it's always a battle-winning concept to quote your boss. General Lavinet, the Supreme Allied Commander Transformation, just recently said, and I'll finish with this, is that, I quote, "We face an uncertain future, but we face it together. Let us thus be bold enough to embrace innovation, smart enough to grow our agility, and open enough to learn from each other. We can only We can win only by working together as a team. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to transition now to our question period. I thank you for the 150 questions that I have up here. So I promise you I won't get to all of them. But we'll start out with a whole stack here. Unfortunately, Lieutenant General Marion is getting credit for the DoD acquisition system. So there's about 9 or 10 questions about what should we do to fix it? Should we use OTAs more? Should we use SBIRs more? Problems with DFARS, leasing versus not. So can you make some, address those? It's a general.
Sure.
How do you fix it?
So, when I think of the acquisition system, I think of it in 2 ways. One, and we call it from a previous boss of ours, General Bolton, Claude Bolton, who was an Air Force general who became the Army acquisition executive. And he used to call it the big A and the little A. And the little A is the acquisition piece that I think many of those questions are about. FAR, DFAR, adaptive acquisition framework, things that you would recognize, preliminary design review, critical design review, milestone A, milestone B, full rate production decision, all that kind of stuff. Important and necessary for thinking leaders to make good decisions based on the context that they're dealing with. So should we use more SBIRs? Should we use more OTAs? Should we use more fixed price? Should we use more cost? Those types of things. The answer is it depends, right? It depends on the context of which you're dealing with for, which tool to use. So to me, the more relevant question is, how do you align the requirement, the resources, and the acquisition strategy that many of those things are discussing, or the ACT plan, how you're going to procure the item? How do you align those 3 things to get the best outcome in the time that we need the outcome by, right? One of the things that's been said, I think the CNO and the Commandant talked about it, and Kevin talked about it, and it's the pace, right? We're not in a comfortable position right now in terms of pace. And I tell people all the time, PMs and PEOs, the only thing I can tell you about the pace of the bureaucracy that we deal with, and I don't mean bureaucracy in a negative way, I just mean in big organizations, right, is that pace won't be sufficient for your need, right? So you have to practice what I call professional impatience in dealing with whatever situation you find yourself in. And the way I've seen that work best is by aligning whoever owns your requirement with your strategy and resource it, and then hold people accountable. In general, I'd say if you just address one of those things, you're not going to get the outcome that you want. You can have the best acquisition strategy in the world, and if it's not resourced and the requirement's not defined, you're not going to get the outcome you want. So you have to have all 3 of those things aligned, and then you have to have someone with enough understanding of what opportunities and authorities they have to make the right decisions on behalf of whatever outcome they're trying to achieve. And so a lot of times I hear people say, I'm thinking outside the box, right? And so when I ask a couple questions, I find out they really don't know what's inside the box anyway, right? So you have to know, you have to be professional in your approach and your schooling and your understanding and your experience and your training to have the wisdom and discernment and judgment it takes to make the right decisions in the context of those 3 things. So if I get asked a lot, do we use OTAs too much? Are we defaulting too much to fixed price environments today? And it just depends. It depends on what you're trying to do, what outcome you're trying to achieve. And then I think you just have to align the leaders in those 3 areas to get the outcomes that you want. So I'll pause and see
If I could jump in there, I'd agree with
Sure.
everything. I think there's also an element of risk that has to be acknowledged with all of these decisions. And so if you've read the General Brown and General Berger penned an article about accepting near-term risk today so that we can have the resources for the modernization that we need, so that we have the capabilities and capacity that we need in the years that we need it to deter that pacing challenge, right? And so part of the acquisition strategy, and it needs to be holistic, right? It can't be stovepipe to, this is my acquisition program, and I need to be wholly focused with blinders on to everything else that's going on. It needs to be a holistic approach. And there may be some things that we put on the cutting room floor out there, but it's for the greater good of the nation that we take that risk today and defund some things that we're trying to do today and accept the risks today so that we can have the acquisition strategy for the modernization that we need so that we can compete and deter tomorrow.
Any other-
about modernization
Go
in the
ahead.
context of future readiness, right? So it's current readiness and future readiness, and where are we going to accept risk?
How do we balance that?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So for Rear Admiral Garvin, the question is, how will NETC integrate VR/AR trainers into ready, relevant learning and the process and learning management systems to feed that readiness?
Yeah, I know, and I promise I didn't plant that question because we're already doing it. And you can go to any number of schoolhouses. Just go to the one over by me in Pensacola, and you look at what they're doing with the multi-reconfigurable training system, the MERTS, and then you look at what they're doing with VR. And you know, you can walk through a ship virtually and find the box you're looking for. It's probably a little easier in VR because you're not tripping over things. But again, it builds the right sight picture. So the future is very, very bright there. I am mindful of the admonitions that were stated earlier about not being too entranced by shiny objects. It's really about what the outcome is. But I am fascinated with the way VR, AR, and then the technologies that support it and the API statements underneath can really get after that. Okay, is it really getting in there? Is it really affecting behaviors and performances and outcomes? That I am enamored with. And again, big fan of virtual reality, live virtual constructive, big fan of, got my own Oculus, all that stuff, but I want to know what the outcome is. And so if somebody can show me that and then you demonstrate that in a repeatable fashion, I think that's where Nirvana lies.
Okay. Anybody
Sorry, I
else?
keep wanting to steal the microphone here. I have a vignette from the Air Force. So when I went through pilot training many years ago, the way you used to do chair flying was you had a poster of your flight instruments, you taped that to the wall, you took your toilet plunger and you stuck that in front of your folding chair,
Right.
and you mentally flew through the profile that you were going to do the next day in your pilot training sortie. Today, Air Education Training Command in the U.S. Air Force is using VR and AR to greatly enhance that process of chair flying. They give these to the students when they come in, and they tell the vignette that they had a student pilot that used these tools, and then on their very first ride, it's commonly referred to as the dollar ride, that student went up, did all of the pre-flight, taxi, takeoff, getting the clearances, departing the airspace, flew to the auxiliary field, did some approaches, flew to the area where they do all their maneuvering, did the recovery back to the field, and the instructor pilot didn't have to say in a word the entire profile. That was how good the tools were that they had provided that student pilot, that the instructor pilot was able to sit there quietly and just observe throughout that first ride of a student pilot in pilot training.
Yeah, so just to steal the mic back to pile on, same in the Navy. I don't have that vignette. I haven't yet met that pilot, but we do have, and again, it goes back to one of the things that General Berger talked about, which is allowing for innovation, allowing for these really, really bright young men and women that are coming into our force to innovate and empowering them to do so. So we have this thing called the Navy Introductory Flight Experience, which is ultimately it's before they ever get in an airplane, right? It's their ground school. Then these young men and women that were over there said, hey, to the CEO of the schoolhouse, for not a lot of money, I could build a Cessna simulator right here for you. And so basically COTS went out, did it, and this thing is amazing. So the first time they hop into the Cessna isn't the first time they've hopped into the Cessna. And again, that's all precursor to the T6 Texan, right? So the idea behind Knife was to let them drive a little bit less powerful car before they hop in the sports car. And again, it goes to not only training efficiency, right? So the number of sorties your young man or woman had to fly, much less to get to qualification, but also goes to training effectiveness, which I really think is the most important takeaway from really taking advantage of AR and VR. Again, to your point, General, it's not either or, it's both. And finding that knee in the curve where the right amount of simulation and the right levels of true augmented reality or virtual reality versus the physical world, that's where I think we can make a lot of money when it comes to not just efficiency but effectiveness.
Well, and Pedro, when you're talking about learning effectiveness, one of the things that the Marine Corps is looking at is not all learners are the same. So we think about training and education for the future. Yes, we're dealing with digital natives right now, and most of the folks in this room are really excited about that next generation, and we're focusing on them. Not all of them are learn best through digital means or looking at a tablet. What we need to understand is that everybody responds differently to different learning modalities. So yes, many of us grew up in an industrial age. We love book learning. That's just how we came to education and knowledge. Some still do. We need to recognize early in a Marine, sailor, airman, Coast Guardman, soldier's career what type of learner they are, and then tailor learning specifically to that individual at pace and at scale. The deeper that we can implant the learning, sooner, faster, better, stronger, the better force that we're going to be able to generate in the future. So some of the things that we're looking at for the future is, again, how do we template different types of learners out there? Are you a kinesthetic learner? Are you a reading learner? Are you a visual learner? Place you into those learning modalities with instructors who are tailored to be able to deliver that material at the right scope and scale. And again, so that we can pace folks, the quick ones, get them in and out of the curriculums faster so that we can generate the force sooner.
Okay, well, I think that there's the aviation element here is obvious. I mean, we are involved with Pilot Training Next and with all the efforts that are going on, both Project Avenger. We're also trying to do something to drive that kind of training down into the college and high schools and trying to start a process of recruiting way back to where we identify, give them an opportunity to get into an airplane, monitor their progress, find, potentially aptitude, target them as targets for the future. And then, like you said, you can do T6 training and, almost to the point of attack, of flying in the simulator, and you can build people who are coming out of college who have almost all done the entire syllabus. So I think it has tremendous application. And we're looking for other places to apply that same kind of philosophy. I mean, because we're seeing real results. The other thing I say about these Pilot Training Next things is that they've only been in existence for a couple of years. And so once we got to the I believe button pushed by the Air Force and the Navy, they went off into some really aggressive, short-term, go get some stuff. It doesn't have to be perfect. NOC TSD helped supply some of that. A lot of the companies, it's not very expensive, and it almost can be a consumable. So, I mean, it's not something that has to be 7-year acquisition process. So I really applaud the efforts that have gone on in all of those activities as an example of successful use of not only immersive environments, but these small-scale simulations. So tied sort of to that is the idea of LVC. I've got another 10 questions here that talk about the value of LVC. My experience, LVC is just getting to the point where the services have embraced it as with an ROI. So the CNO talked about doing large-scale exercises with LVC, across the globe. That's pretty dramatically, that's a really good thing. That's not, when I would try to inspire the Pentagon to go into LVC and fund LVC, say in the last 5-7 years, it was a risky thing, didn't want to put money against it, not sure what the ROI is. So can you all give me some examples of where the successful implementations of LVC are occurring, that we can use to build on the momentum?
Well, for the Marine Corps, we're expanding our use of force-on-force training systems as we look for the type of Marine leaders, cognitive, creative thinkers for the future. We're seeing that now where we are starting to build out the live piece of our virtual constructive training environment to the point where we've got very high fidelity, multi-entity level tracking, where what it's absent and what the Marines in the battle space are looking forward to is then how do we bake in the simulators? Where do we bring in the F-35s from the East and West Coast that you can't fly into the exercise of the evolution? We're looking for that. And we're starting to get youngsters to ask the questions of, is that going to be a piece of Google Glass that you give me that I can look up and see that simulator pilot actually flying in support of the exercise? The other piece that we're looking forward to that I think we need that's absent right now that is ripe for development is the utilization of artificial intelligence for the constructive side. This is alluded to by the senior leaders that were up here when we start talking about where's the mind of the enemy commander and can we generate that? So Mr. Petty with his colorful colloquialisms and great passion, identified that we can probably use this to build out a red leader that we can exercise against. That's what we're looking for. It takes time and forces for us to use our own assets to be red force replicators. The more that we can do this in a live, virtual, constructive environment by using, a constructive red replication or a virtual replication of it, again, the more firepower, the more capability that we retain to train the Blue Force. So we're just stepping into it, Admiral, and expanding where we are in our force-on-force training systems, but we're recognizing the absent spots across the rest of the spectrum.
Yeah, I'll just add to that. Thank you, sir. So Admiral Gilday mentioned the large-scale exercise, and General Berger did as well. 5 fleets, worldwide, global, a lot of live there, and a lot of attempts at virtual and constructive there, not really good attempts. But I just wanted to underscore the problem you brought forth, and I wrote down stars, so I got to learn about that approach. When you put together these giant exercises, the challenge of proprietary, the challenge of cross-network, cross-domain is real, and then it only is worse when you start going joint. And then it's worse when you start going combined, and then we haven't even really thought about, well, we have thought about, I'm sure, partners that we bring in, and how much do we want to share with them, and how open do we really want to be with the balance of that architecture. But there's several great examples, and we could take you to a couple of different rooms and show you some of those, as I think you well know. But we've got a lot of work to do, and I really think that one of the keys to success is that ability to go cross-domain, cross-architecture, cross-service, and across partners and allies.
Anybody else?
Yeah, the only thing I would add is, so we're stepping out into this space, I think, maybe like Kevin was saying, in the integration of some of our major weapon systems developments with virtual. So if you think about our integrated visual augmentation system and a combination, so that's a night vision and also some abilities during the day that mixes some augmented reality and a squad immersive virtual training capability together to combine live and virtual training and for mission rehearsal, for even mission execution, and then an AAR capability that we've never really had before. So it's going to take, I think, in our case, some tactical patience and some strategic patience as well to develop these capabilities so that we can use them in all the areas and in all the ways that we'll be able to realize over time. But we need enough of the early wins that provide us with a near-term capability that can later grow into, something greater.
Okay, so I have another sort of group question that comes out and says, all the services seem to be working on their own synthetic training environment program. And the question is, there's a concern that they're all going to be, stovepipe, potentially not suitable to a joint solution. So can you comment on that?
So I'll jump in there. So I mentioned the common synthetic training environment. One of the potential solutions for that we're looking at is the Navy-led JSE, right? That is the F-35 environment. Is specifically started out as a test environment, but has the potential to expand, be a training environment as well. So again, LCMC-XA is looking at that very closely to see if JSE or elements of JSE might be part of the solution for the Air Force Common Synthetic Training Environment. But one of our approaches is also that it does need to be a joint solution. When you think electromagnetic spectrum, that is one of the models that we want in there, right? Yeah, it is space effects, surface effects, electromagnetic, and all the multiple levels of security that also has to go into all of that. So when you think about that, that has to be a joint solution. And while it's being Air Force led right now, we do have a mindset that it has to bring in our joint and then also bring in our coalition partners as well. And so probably one of the biggest challenges with that is the multiple levels of security, because each of the services have our own SAP, STO, SAR issues, and then we have the coalition partners and what gets shared and how we deal with the multiple levels of security. It's a tough problem, but it's one that's part of the CST solution as well.
Yeah, Alan, those are the things that we need to work together on, the protocols, so that we can quickly unify the stovepipes. But at the same time, I'll throw out a little chaos theory. One of our strengths is that we want to be cognitively agile. So there's a strength in the element of all of the services actually looking across, predominantly in their domain, but across all of the domains, and looking at what is the best solution for that service. Then what we need is we probably need a little bit of joint discipline to then pick out those pieces that are best and iterate forward. We've got to remember that 2030 is not the end state. So we don't want to pick out something that is just going to work for 2030. We need to continue to stay on a developmental scale that takes us beyond that, which means that we can't stop thinking. There will always be another great idea, and that's going to come from one of the different services that are sitting at the table. So let's not stifle that and push everybody into a one parochial pedantic box, but let's leave enough agility out there. Our Commandant talks about we probably only know what 20 or 75% of what we think force design will be. Let's leave 25% out there that gives us that thinking, cognitive flexibility for the future that lets us continue to design.
And I'll add that we can learn from what we're already doing in a joint fashion and a combined fashion. So just last month, I went out to Coalition Virtual Flag at Kirtland Air Force Base. The Marine Corps extolled the value of that particular exercise. We had British, Canadian, Australian. I'm probably missing some of our coalition partners that were plugged in, and through distributed mission operations, DMO, we had players in England, Canada, and Australia all playing in the same exercise through a networked, but it was a challenge, right? So as I talked about, for that particular exercise, you had to go out and get all the connections for that particular exercise approved by all the authorizers. You couldn't change it once you had all the approvals, so it's not a very it's not easy to approach it that way, and we need a better system that doesn't require that open architecture, data-defined approach is the way to go, so that you don't have to do that every time you need to pull players in and work on something together.
Okay, thank you for those answers. For our NATO representative, Can you tell us how NATO is approaching a lot of these interoperability problems, especially with exercises and live virtual constructive? And given that you already have a problem with 30 nations trying to bring, a known coalition together, maybe could you help us, further integrate our own efforts on the U.S. side?
Well, thank you. That's a good question. No, NATO is about interoperability, and it has been doing a fairly good job, and for 72 years. There's a lot of standards around it, and people in the Army at least say what standards, they always think about 7.62 millimeter or 5.56 millimeter. There's a lot of other standards as well. And the standards in data and the standards in technology, it's a whole new chapter that has to be explored. The premier event for interoperability exercise is called CWIX, and that is a yearly exercise where people come together and test basically the technology and internet and data connections. ACT believes, my command believes that is the premier part to do this exploration and to see where the levels of ambition. But we clearly, as already stated before, the challenge between the pace of a technology and the pace or non-existing pace of security protocols is the biggest challenge. There is a big discrepancy. I do not have an answer, obviously, but something, either one thing will break or the other. But currently there is a discrepancy of it, and we see that every day. Mission federated network systems, the lessons I learned from Afghanistan, probably also ignored, but are we going to do that again? Et cetera, et cetera. On a smaller scale, when I was a brigade commander, I had 9 nations, sorry, then now it's 11. But okay, we had different, even the NATO Type 1 crypto didn't work together because we had different radios which had different frequency modulation patterns. And that just, if that works on that is a challenge on a tactical level, then you could imagine where it is somewhere else. But it's only through exposing that, through exercises such as CWIX and others, and the bigger, larger exercises NATO does, Steadfast, Jupiter and Jackal, etc. Those are also platforms to expose these questions. So I invite everyone to, through their national representations or through other means, to take part of these. It's only when we expose and talk about it that we can find solutions. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So probably the last question I'm going to ask today is we haven't really talked about new technologies. I mean, to the degree that 5G, AI, machine learning, those sort of things. Can you all address any kind of activity that you've got to try to go reach out and bring those kinds of things into your training systems or your acquisition system? Maybe the AI bot acquisition guy might have worked, but these are all out there. Cloud computing, they're there. So can you tell me if there's any effort to integrate them into the training system?
Yeah, so I go back to what I said earlier about requirements and resourcing and acquisition, and and also about time, the near-term readiness and future readiness. So some of the things that we're faced with, we can deliver capabilities that meet our warfighting requirements against a series of, over the POM cycles that we're dealing with, and not have to introduce additional risk. And then there are some things that for us to get to, as I described, it's an and, kind of like what Ilmars was saying. It's how do we deliver capabilities against the requirements we have in the near term, and then back to the risk discussion, secure future modernization capability. So what we do know today is some of the algorithms that we're training using AI are not going to be ready for us in the near term, but they will be ready for us probably in a couple of years. And so we're experimenting with those, and I alluded to it earlier, things like Project Convergence, which is, well, we did Project Convergence 21 just a couple of months ago, and we had participation from all the services, and next year in Project Convergence 22, we'll have participation by coalition. So you know, the extensibility of the networks, now we have still have the same challenges of having to get an ATO that's specific for that activity, and we'll have to learn as we go through. But the ability to integrate things like artificial intelligence, some of the machine learning that we're using in robotics, those are several years out for us, I think, in terms of practical application. We can demonstrate the utility of those things today, but all of the illities that go with delivering a capability that we give to soldiers, reliability, maintainability, you know, all those things are difficult in the near term, but they're things we have to keep our eyes on for the future. I'll pause and see if anyone else has any comments.
Anybody else?
Robin, we need to quit sprinkling, you know, the acronym AI on everything. Hey, you know, I'll take me a little bit of that. Whatever you're building me, make sure that you sprinkle some AI on that. Let's do a better job of defining what the spectrum is from machine learning through where we think AI is now, where it might be for the future, and then we owe you a better definition of what we're expecting out of our systems, training systems, and fielded systems that need some element of that. Maybe all of them do not need high-end AI with a thinking type algorithm. Maybe they just need more of a fast transformation through algorithms that give you the big data lake collection of items that you need. So we owe you that out of AI. What do we think it is, and where is it going to take our force?
So I agree, and I just comment, you know, so when I ask people to tell me back what they think AI is, when they describe it to me, it sounds like a lot of things we were doing in the fire control radar and a Longbow Apache in the mid-1980s, you know. So it's a really fast way to access data in a lookup table, right? So we can do better than that, and I agree with you. We owe a description back about what can we do with the existing technology we have today, and what does really require some form of a machine that learns on its own, right? That's a wholly different thing in my mind. So I'll pause.
And one last comment I'd make on AI is we focus a lot on how we as a Blue Force will leverage AI to our advantage. I think one thing we need to keep in focus is how is the adversary going to use AI against us? And we need to create the systems that will look at how they're using AI so that we can train better and counter those approaches that the enemy will leverage AI to their benefit.
Yeah, to riff off of that a little bit, you know, to the definitional piece, and I smile because I hear the fairy dust all the time as well. AI, we just a dash of that and we'll be great. But you know, if you actually do any reading about it, you know, whether it's narrow AI, broad AI, general AI, or artificial superintelligence, all those things, and there's some great books about all of them. Some will scare you, but they're all really. It's really important to have the conversation about what is the desired outcome? What are we trying to achieve? Is it repeating an arduous task? Is it something we want to be faster at, or we do want somebody to think for us or help us make decisions? And then the other part you brought up that I'll riff on a little bit is I think we do ourselves a disservice, and General Berger talked a little bit about it, when we project our own value system on would-be adversaries. And what we think is the moral use of force, using artificial intelligence, and you think unmanned, may or may not be what our adversary will or will not do. So I think it's a part of an ongoing conversation. I think a lot of us, to your point, General, we see that there's an incredible opportunity here, but we're not quite there yet when we're having a real conversation about what it can and should do for us going forward.
From a NATO perspective, the mindset is certainly changing. So the acceptance of new ideas and technology is on the rise. We have been even tasked to present demonstrations to the highest level of NATO, the highest level of NATO exercise called the CMX, Crisis Management Exercise. This involves ambassadors. It's the Polstrat level exercise. It's a yearly exercise at Brussels headquarters. And we are next year in the spring. We're gonna have an industrial demonstration of capabilities of AI prediction machines etc. out there. And 8 companies is going to show what they can in order to form an understanding or a level of mutual understanding amongst the political level on what they want to have. It's already a success that they want to see it. And then, of course, it's to formulate. But what is AI assisted decision-making system, I do not yet know. But that is why you have to expose it, etc. So that is interesting. 5G, we are doing experiment as well, but I can do that more later. Thank you.
Okay, well, unfortunately, we're out of time. I think the AI discussion is needed and something that we'll take on from NTSA and NDIA because there's fear on one side that we're going to be overwhelmed with the enemies using it, and and then there's a what is it. I wrote some papers where we started out with an autopilot. It's sort of a artificial helper. So there's all of that, all the way to the ethics of the AI pulling the trigger, and that's a big topic. Maybe we'll have a whole symposium on that. But I just want to thank you for your time, and I just want to emphasize that there are 2 more panels. This afternoon is the Navy flag panel, and tomorrow the Marine Corps General Officer panel, and they'll probably dive into some more technical detail about a lot of the programs that are going on. But please help me thank the panel for their efforts.